go. Hey, nah, don't touch on my bottles if you ain't coming home. I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada, you moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bankroll at my door. I feel my senses overload, wildin' cause I broke the mold. Really in this business of investing where I win the most. Cruising when it's 2 a.m. Bodies hanging at the banks. Drive me to the nearest liquor store to celebrate again. Oh, it's on my mind, mind. It's good, it's fine. It's on my mind, yeah, good time.
Hold up, wait a minute, stop. I don't even need you anymore, I'm on the top. I've been on a roll, you've been on a drop. I can't give you lessons and this shit is hard rock. This ain't new to me. She just sent 140 notes to me. Dripping YSL, these bitches using me. I can't give a damn cause I've been through the rain.
I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada, you moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bankroll at my door. I feel my senses overload, wildin' cause I broke the mold. Really in this business of investing where I win the most. Cruising when it's 2 a.m. Bodies hanging at the banks. Drive me to the nearest liquor store to celebrate again. Oh, it's so my
to be between Mystic Academy, now turned main, and Homeland. So that should be an absolute great matchup. That's going to be a best of 3. And then later tonight, after that matchup, we will see the HK Rebels take on Above the Law. So honestly, a great night of Siege ahead of us. I can't wait. And the winners of these 2 matches will head to the grand finals tomorrow. The losers will play for 3rd place, I think, tomorrow as well.
Yes, so we have our producer in our ear. Thank you again, Andrew. That is correct. Sometimes voices in your head are okay because it's spooky season. But as you said, really, really fun games. I'm particularly looking forward to the first one, as both Homeland and Mystic have really fun play styles to cast. And so seeing them go together should be fairly interesting. And actually, speaking of that match, I saw something in the map bans that I thought was fairly interesting. So if we want to get that pulled up here in just a sec, then I can kind of illustrate the point that I wanted to make. And that's that Border was banned by Mystic. A map that we've seen Homeland play quite a few times, but one that, at least to my recollection, isn't often banned too much against them. So I am glad that someone finally did it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting, right? These couple of maps that we don't always get to see. Theme Park, Oregon, Skyscraper, Villa, the first 4 bands. Oregon and Villa, of course, the ones that we are very, very used to. So opening this series up with Chalet is always going to be something that I look forward to. Chalet is such a fun map to really see how these 2 teams are going to clash on a little bit of a different map, something that we don't always get to see every time we jump in for a cast. Doubling that up straight into Cafe. I mean, we are really bundling up for that wintry season here, and I love it with those first 2 maps. Bank being the 3rd and final. This is going to be a great series.
Certainly will be. All these maps should be really fun. Cafe, actually, I think especially just because of the fact that it is 3 floors, which more or less generally have to be mostly utilized for any site on defense as well as on attack. So it gives these teams a lot of ground that they have to take and hold, and there's going to be an opportunity for them to do that interestingly. And same thing with Chalet, actually, but it's just more horizontal space than vertical space. And Bank is just fun. I like Bank.
Yeah, it's always a fun, kind of crazy map. You never know what's going to happen as players go up and down the stairs, heading all around to CC and whatnot. Always a good time. So I'm very, very excited to see these 2 teams jump on in. But of course, we can talk about what led up to this moment. Obviously, both teams have had a history fighting through. So Homeland and Mystic Academy really took their time getting here, and I'm excited to see it all come to a head as we jump into map number 1.
This Homeland roster was actually the champions of the previous season of Xenon, so they're going to look to kind of repeat what they did last season by just heading straight to the grand finals without dropping a game. And Mystic are going to look to get into the grand finals and then potentially have that matchup happen later on. First, we're going to see Nook banned off the board. She is absurdly common, so not surprised at all there. Now Homeland have the second ban on attack, and well, what are you gonna knock out with it? It's gonna be Flores. He makes a lot of the shields that a lot of teams like to bring for sites like Bar and Master very difficult to play behind. So it makes sense that Homeland aren't gonna want to deal with him.
Yeah, Nook and Flores, 2 very, very powerful operators. Flores, especially on this map, is almost a must ban for a lot of teams. He can just, like you said, deal with so much utility. Valkyrie is one of those operators that we come to expect being taken off the board. Those black eye cameras are so powerful when it comes to gathering information, and a well-coordinated team can do so much damage with it. Mira is another one of those great intelligence gaining operators. I'm just being able to look through those black mirrors and see exactly what you need to. Too powerful, they say. So they'll be taking him off. Those are our 4 bans here. It's going to be Nook, Flores, Valkyrie, and Mira as we head into round number 1. Homeland take the attacking mantle. Let's see what Mystic can do on their defense.
Now, one thing that I would like to point out is that we actually have Zez playing in this match, and he's the newest pickup for Homeland, coming from, I believe it's X13, but he hasn't been playing inside of SFCL, I believe because of roster change rules. So it'll be interesting to see Mist or Homeland play with the full five, that they really want to show off today. So I'm going to be looking forward to that, obviously, but we have to establish kind of where we are. So obviously Chalet, but Kitchen more specifically with a little bit of an upstairs extension happening as well. So a lot of ground that needs to be taken, and a lot of ground that can be taken optionally underneath the site. Can come up from West Main or do some deconstruction onto that trophy and split hall area. So a lot of options for Homeland to take this, and a lot that Mystic is going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, Chalet can be a really difficult map to hold on defensively at times, especially with a good coordinated attack. And we know that Homeland, well, they are very good and very coordinated when it comes to their executes. So we'll see how it happens as they move on in. Of course, looking towards those players, there's a lot that you'll recognize throughout the season that have been standout gamers. And Mystic have battled it back. We saw them just last week lose against HK Rebels, I believe, and they had to fight up against Alpha 1. They took that victory, got themselves back here. So they definitely had to fight to get into this position, and you just feel like they're not going to want to give it up easily. The same with Homeland, though. Just a brilliant roster. You can start to see a couple of these players making that upstairs clear. There's Izez on that level, Yana, just creeping forward.
Gets right up to the piano double, but no one actually peeks him. No one gives him the swing that he wants, so he's going to pull back and then regress a little bit. If someone gives him this opening pick for free, then it's going to make Homeland very happy. MK almost does, but doesn't end up committing to this swing. And now Neo's getting in on the fun as well. Zez is almost killed, and then Rival is actually killed by Neo, so the opening pick for the match goes to Mystic, Neo more specifically. Now it's gonna put Homeland in a little bit of an awkward position, but nothing they can't recover from.
Yeah, always tough taking that first kill, or death rather, but Scoobert and now Aimkey both fall. That's Kuhn jumping on the board alongside the good friend Snipey there, quickly putting the advantage into Homeland's positioning. Scoobert still bleeding on the floor with Neo and Aimkey dead. Not looking good for Mystic. 3v4. Down almost to a 2v4 unless Scoobert can be rezzed. Doesn't seem like a situation you'd want to be in. Big guy creeping up those stairs. The drone will maybe gain his location, and he's got to fight this out. X and Snipey both find kills. Big guy with a C4, but Cohen shuts him down, and the round goes the way of Homeland.
Good stuff from Homeland, isolating those gunfights and getting in the positions that they want to, really knowing what their win condition is and going for it. And now Mystic up to change sites and go to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage this time, thinking that maybe Kitchen isn't the right site just now, so it goes somewhere else. Largely similar lineup coming out from Homeland. Actually, I think basically the same lineup with the exception of the 0, although I could be wrong there. So we'll have to see how that translates onto this different site. We can see how the attack might kind of morph in terms of lineup from what we saw previously, because the sites are very, very different.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Wine Cellar Snowmobile can be a little bit of a site that some teams will avoid. They don't like to go downstairs. Others love it. And it can be hit or miss, right? Depending on what the attack brings. You have some teams that like to take it from instead of just that kind of I guess just optimal place through the garage. That's the place you think of. They'll come around, go through the opposite side through the Wine Cellar, which can work really, really well. But we'll have to see what Homeland does here. You can see all the defense readied up. You do have Thunderbird making an appearance, and a lot of C4 as well is on the board. Aimkey on the Warden, so not going to be too useful here as you don't see many flashes. 2 smokes though from Kuhn could prove just perfect. If they try to go for some kind of a smoke plant, Aimkey's the man to deny it.
The Osa making herself at home outside of that snowmobile garage with those impact EMPs. She can aid Cohen in getting that breach open. And then they're probably going to rotate people over towards the wine side of the building, as that is a very typical attack here. Get that 2-pronged stuff going. Make sure that Mystic don't have any ground they don't have to worry about. Although they're going to have to clear out Big Guy from this kitchen area if they want to do that, because him being there, he has access to that dining hatch. And that can really be a pain if you want to plant in the kind of common places by Boiler inside of Wine. So him just being there along with Neo up above is going to be a real pain that Homeland's going to want to take care of as quickly as they can.
No doubt about that. Clearing out the roamers in those crucial positions. So important. Rival doing some of that upstairs. Neo is waiting above as well, though, so could be some contention happening a little bit down the road. There's one, though. It's a TK. Snipey on the rival absolutely nails the Zofia, and the immediate advantage goes the way of Mystic Academy. Neo still holding an angle with that Vector in hand. Very fast fire rate, can do so much damage so quickly. We have to be able to control it. Snipey now on that first floor begins to creep around. Mystic haven't really struck out, but Homeland certainly have against themselves. Scoobert takes the advantage and takes out Cohen too.
Neo's still in this position on mezzanine that we know he likes to play, and even though he's not in direct contention of much, still doesn't really want control of, Snipey is able to kill off Scoob, and he reclaims a little bit of that man count and grabs the diffuser as well, but he is the worse for wear at this point. And just the fact that no one's cleared out Neo and Big Guy tagging along as well for floofs, this positioning that Mystic have could be deadly. Neo looks to get aggressive. His Big Guy gets one of his own before getting traded out. It's all left up to Zez on those blue stairs. He's grenade into the blue hall and then pushes his way into the fire and the flames. Doesn't know where anyone is. They give him the gunfights. They know where he is in that blue 90. One on main stairs. It's Neo, but he isn't killed. But he does swing out and he gets the pick. And that's Mystic taking the second round and tying us up 1-1.
Great answer there coming out by Mystic. Now, we did see that opening kill happen as a TK with Homeland finding one of their own friends, but Mystic was able to just keep that advantage, go and push the envelope, find a couple of more shots, and put it to a really difficult position for Zez there at the end. Not a place you want to be in the 1vx, and certainly not a place to win the round. So great work from Mystic. They'll be able to take that tying round, as you mentioned, and they'll head now to bar game. So they're not going back to kitchen so quickly. They're going to just finish out this rotation and then most likely go back. This is going to be an important round to see which side will get that first little quarter here under their belt. Homeland certainly could get it done, but I don't know. Snipey, is he a one-man army? Will the rest of the team start to warm up as well? Mystic, they're looking a little bit more well-rounded after those first two rounds, but hard to say much of anything with only 2 rounds of play in.
This is where they're going to want to raise the bar for their defenses here. They're going to want to take the advantage, as like Slay kind of alluded to earlier, or more directly said. This tends to be an attacker-sided map. You expect the attack to do better. And thusly, Mystic, they're going to want to take as much ground in terms of round count as they can before they switch sides. And that's what this site is for. Actually, just noticed Zez is on in Amaru, so most likely something fast going out. Opening up that snowmobile garage as well is going to allow access to those main stairs. So a lot of quick things are going to be coming out from Homeland in several different directions all at once.
Kind of a risk here. We'll have to see if it pays off. You do have a lot of just defense upstairs on that library position. It really is a key point on this map, especially when defending or attacking into bar gaming. So without a doubt, we're going to have a lot of contention upstairs, held right now by Mystic. You can see Scoobert holding on to that AUG, just looking towards the window, hoping to catch somebody unaware. And it's actually going to be Neo finding Floos for the first kill. That's the Dokkaebi dead. Those calls won't be an issue. No snatching cameras up or anything like that. Good pick for Mystic.
That's the Dokkaebi off the board as well, and she is such a valuable operator. Typically, she is going to be one of the operators that aids in kind of roaming clear as well as just locking people down, but Rival does tag on for Big Guy, and now Zez is in a position where he's going to want to take out Neo and or Scoob, but pushing in to that display hallway can be a death sentence if the guns of Mystic are properly trained. Doesn't seem like anyone from Mystic knows he's there, but if he can come in at the wrong time, he's going to get trounced. Neo, more wary of that direction now. Zez picked off by Scoob, and now Mystic give themselves the advantage yet again. They've been so good at obtaining it, and even better at extending it, as Snipey is picked off by Kirk and Neo for Rival. It's all left up to Cohen. In that bar, Hall makes his way into the bar, but not much further as Kirk puts him in the dirt, and that's Mystic getting 2 rounds in a row and giving themselves the first advantage of this series. And now we see if they can extend it further, or if Homeland takes back a tie.
Yeah, Mystic is not messing around with that defense there, but we're heading back to Kitchen, and this was the site that Homeland found victory on. So far, most of the opening kills after those first 3 rounds have been by Mystic's hands. They've been doing a great job of finding that first blood and putting the pressure on Homeland. Homeland hasn't been able to respond as well as they'd like since round number 1. So this is an opportunity to kind of get a little bit of a reset, say, all right, first rotation, we lost 2 of those rounds. Let's get back in here, get it building up right on Kitchen. The same to be said, though, for Mystic, an opportunity for them to say, all right, we've seen their attack on the Kitchen. We've got a good idea of what they want to throw at us. We can counter that now. And they are bringing out some special operators. We have that Alda wielding Maestro coming through with Kirk. Forget Black Eyes, Evil Eyes now on the menu.
Even the information gathered from the previous 2 rounds that aren't on Kitchen are going to be valuable for Mystic here, as they know how the attack from Homeland tends to work in general, and that's information that they're going to be able to leverage here, and they know how to beat that attack more importantly. But Homeland also knows how to lose the attacks against Mystic, and that's information that they can take and turn into a round win if they're able to kind of out-adapt Mystic, but we'll have to see. Upstairs Extension has come out yet again, and another library clear. Same things as last time, but this time Scoob is very extended off of the site, playing on those blue stairs with that smoke with the FMG9 in his hands. Not a bad choice per se, and actually does waste a good bit of time, and he gets off scot-free.
So far, so good. Just those 30 seconds into the round, not much at all has been happening, but we do see a couple of those DMRs coming in. Floose back of the Dokkaebi, but the lovely, lovely Aruni brings in an EBR of her own. So should be fun to see a little bit of this one-tappy, single shot, semi-automatic gunplay as these 2 operators clash in a couple of moments. Just 2 minutes in, or 2 minutes left in the round. Again, it feels like Homeland taking it a little bit slower. No doubt that they want to find that first blood, but they've got a lot of players to contend with, a lot of gunners that have been hot throughout these first couple of rounds, and they need to have a good plan to take them down.
Snipey on the big window of master bedroom. If Amki mispositions himself even a little bit, he can get his head taken off. Knows there's a player inside of the bathroom. It's most likely Neo. But Neo isn't overextending himself. Wary of the big window as he knew that it was open. So instead of peeking it, he just wants to keep himself safe. And he actually gets the first pick onto Rival as well. And then Big Guy tags on for another onto Zez. And Neo gets the shot out of the big window home with Big Guy again. And it's all left up to Cohen. He gets the first, but not the second. Neo. Beautiful 3K on that round. Excellent gunplay. Excellent positioning. Great stuff from Mystic.
So explosive with those kills, all coming out within 15 seconds of one another. Just the round ending like that. And Mystic have taken themselves all the way through the sites despite losing round number 1, finishing that rotation up. Now they'll head back downstairs to Wine Cellar Snowmobile, and we'll have to see how well this can go. Last time, did a pretty great job of it. Homeland got whittled down to a 1vx. It was Zez left alone against the masses, and we saw how that ends. Mystic Academy, they don't mess around when it comes to these games, and they don't mess around when it comes to these rounds. They're here to win. They can feel those finals just a day away, and they want a speedy ticket towards them.
You know, if you rearrange the letters in Neo, you actually get 1, which, given the fact that Neo is 7-1, only dying in the first round when his team lost, so that's probably an accurate assessment. Back, as previously said, back down we go. This was sort of another rotation from Mystic, an opportunity to extend things even further, but I'm sure they'd be happy with a 3-3-1/2. But you always want more if you can get it. Similar upstairs extension to what we saw last time, but this time we have Big Guy on an alibi instead of a Thunderbird. And Scoob's going for a spawn peek, which nets the card breach of Cohen! And that's going to be a gruesome attack from Homeland if they can make it work, having to get in through doorways and just slaughter.
Yeah, no longer being able to open that gigantic garage wall. is not going to leave them in a very good position. No doubt about that. What a pickup from Scoobert for that opening shot. Oh my goodness. Now, like you said, gonna have to just take some vicious battles, having to kind of rearrange the entire plan. If they wanted to open that up, no longer going to be able to, having to move around, much more difficult. Rival gets downed, he'll drop off away from the hungry eyes of his killer, his shooter rather, and be able to live for just a little bit longer. Most likely will be able to get picked up, but again, that opening kill and now Rival going down, who's going to be picked up at 20 HP. This round already doesn't look great for Homeland. Zez, though, with an excellent kill onto Big Guy, puts the alibi in the ground. Snipey takes a bit of damage as well.
Neo in this visiting position. We see him playing here quite a bit, especially for this defense. Mystic like their extensions, but Zez does not, and he gets the pick. Still, arguably, an advantage for Mystic here is the HP is, well, not great if you're on Homeland and they have the time on their side. But Snipey is going to crawl into the main lobby. Start getting some vertical play done with his breach charges and breaching rounds. And that could be all it takes to knock a Mystic player or two horribly out of position, put them in a spot that they can't recover from. But Inky has the angle onto the blue hallway, and if he can leverage this, or if Scuba can hit his shots, it might go another way. The Mystic now firmly in the back seat with that pick on the Scoob. It's all left up to Kirk and Aimkey.
Not a good position with Aimkey now falling to the ground. Kirk left essentially in the 1v4. He's going to try to get something of a flank, heading upstairs and hoping to pick up the teammate, but instead will be gunned down just the same. And Homeland once again strike. Now 2 rounds to their name. Hasn't been the best start, but it's still a 2-3 matchup. Could end it at 3-3 as the half ends.
Certainly could, but we are going... Seeing Bar brought out again, and this was a site that Mystic... I mean, they won basement pretty convincingly as well, but they won Bar very convincingly. I think actually more convincingly, if I recall, so we'll have to see how this goes. It was a great opener that Mystic got, but they weren't quite able to convert it once things were actually happening, as people got picked off one after another, 1v1 after 1v1 goes the way of Homelands, and so it can take some times. However, this time, Mystic, I'm sure they will have learned from that, and Homeland are going to have to adapt something else to get this site going. Especially if Mystic are able to get another opener like that. It's not something you typically expect them to make this mistake twice.
Yeah, no doubt about that. That little shot right onto Cohen. Felt bad taking off the hard breacher. You'll have to think they'll be a little bit more wary of what Scoobert's doing early on. Neo, once again, upstairs. He's going to be holding on to this angle. We've talked about how important library and, well, just upstairs control in general can be on this map. Scoobert, once again, holds that angle onto the window as well. They've been quite aggressive throughout the rounds. It has netted them a few victories, but Homeland Esports still not far behind at all, nipping at their heels. And we can see Snipey starting to raise that banner as somebody you need to be aware of, playing as the Ash quite consistently up against Neo, the Azami player, 2 of the titans of each of these teams now fighting it out. Zez took a couple of kills in the last round that really did prove victorious. So we saw Mystic fall to the Homeland onslaught.
We are kind of waiting on the arrival of Rival and also Floofs, as Rival only has 1 kill and Floofs has 0, which, granted, Snipey has been doing most of the fragging for Homeland, but you do want everyone to be on board. Almost like what Mystic is doing, except minus AimQ, who's also down bad, unlike Neo. Matches the scoreline and then some of Snipey. Gets aggressive in the right way, takes Zez off the board. 2 frags, a damn good player. And now Mystic have a great opportunity if they can convert this. But we do see them have a start like this last round. But can they make the difference here?
This is a big question. Homeland Esports certainly struck back with a fury despite losing the opening engagement every single round for this opening half, at least from what I've seen. Now the 4v5, the entry happens. There's a shot that finds Flus, but Cohen is there to take down Big Guy. A little tit for tat as we move on. Neo catches the back of Snipey to bring it to a 4v2. Scoobert, a 4-1. Explosions don't bother Neo as they finish the round, and Mystic close the half in a brilliant fashion.
I was joking about him being Neo before, but man, he just dodged projectiles like it was like a video game. And now Mystic up 4-2. Actually, I'd say the opposite of what I'd expect from a half from this map is, like I've been saying, typically expect the attack to do really well, but that's not what happens, although I guess that is kind of what happens when Neo is on your team. Now Kitchen Dining, the first site for Homeland, as it was the first site for Mystic. Now we're going to see, is this going to be a repeat of last time, which would put Mystic 2 rounds away from taking the first map? Or do Homeland have it figured out better than Mystic did?
It's a big question, right? I mean, the switching of the sides can do so much for a team in a backseat position. Just the breaking up of the momentum that Mystic was gaining could really be what they need. But just like you said, in this current meta, Chalet still can be an attacking sided map. And for Mystic to come in here, they could definitely feel comfortable and confident running through this and finishing the entire map 1. But that is something we have to take into consideration as well. Whose map is this? Mystic wanted to go here. They're going to feel good about it. So it definitely has been a tough one for Homeland in that first half, but we'll see if they can turn it up here with just a couple rounds to go.
Certainly is kind of the question on our lips. That is something that we do have to consider because, like I've said, I think pretty much every time I've casted a best of 3, you typically expect to win your map pick and then lose your opponents, so this isn't really a surprising scoreline at all. But regardless, not exactly what you would have wanted if you're Homeland, as while you're defending your title, you're defending your championship status. That's something you're going to want to fight for tooth and nail. Bit of a solo attack coming out here from Mystic. Much less complicated than the cross clear we saw coming out from Homeland previously. Homeland are very wary of this big window, even though there's no one actively on it. So, creating a little bit of phantom pressure, even if it wasn't the intention. Kirk gets the first pick on the Cohen on a bit of a misrotate. Now they're going to be wary of that player inside of Office, as well as the one inside of Closets, and potentially Floofs, as he is also lit up.
Neo gonna be able to find that nasty little Claymore kill that takes down Snipey as well. 2 of the big fraggers from Homeland are now put in the grave, and Mystic Academy just have been unrelenting with the pressure they've applied. Now seemingly on the attack as well. Of course, the round's still not over, but it gets closer and closer as Aimkey finds a shot. Zez does strike back with the MX4 Storm, taking it down. Once again, Big Guy, the 2v4, minute and 15 seconds. Rival fighting for his life, looking this way and that, but Neo will kill his only friend, and now the pressure continues until it's too much, and Kirk finds the pop. It's another Mystic win as they push closer and closer to a map 1 victory.
Only 2 rounds away from taking things in regulation. Something that I'm sure Mystic will be proud of, especially since, like we said earlier, the Mystic main now. They want to represent that badge. They want to wear that as a badge of honor. Make sure the org knows that they're making good decisions here. The same rotation that we saw coming up from Mystic is now coming up from Homeland thus far, with an attempt at the snowmobile garage and a wine cellar sites coming out from Homelands. Is this where we rinse and repeat, have the same rotation happen, have the same victories happen, or do Mystic take it? Get to see now.
Oh man, Homeland, they've struggled, no doubting that, but we know they're a team that can make it to the semifinals. They're a team that has made it past the semifinals. Mentioned talking about them. They are, I believe, the returning champions just from last season, so a lot of pressure on this roster and on this name to perform here. And Mystic Academy just seemingly making an absolute farce of it. Now up 5-2, Neo has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Everybody just working as a team, and it seems like Homeland has floundered just a little bit on this first map. Again, not over yet. Mystic need 2 more rounds to finish it. But Homeland has really got to get some pep in their step if they want to take this back.
His roamers especially getting a lot of pep in their step is with the way that Neo's playing right now, man, and with Kirk and Big Guy not really that far behind. You're gonna want to run away from those guys if you can't kill them first. Garage opened up pretty much immediately. And actually, I just noticed last round, Inky got his first kill, which puts Floofs as the only person in the lobby with no kills thus far until now, until Big Guy generously donates one. Diffuser dropped only momentarily, and now another pick from Floofs onto Neo, actually. Two good opening picks from the bottom frag. No, actually not the bottom frag of the lobby.
Oh.
And then Snipey tags on for Kirk as well, and just like that, the attack has fallen down. It's fallen flat. And Mystic are on a heavy back foot. Only Scoob and Imkey left to pick up the pieces of what looked like it should have been a good attack. Things have fallen down. Things have fallen away.
Certainly a very aggressive move in. Some confidence high in the heads of Mystic as they moved in there, but good work from Floofs taking that back, shutting it down a little bit. Now the 2v5, and yeah, back foot is a great way to put it. Mystic Academy not really in contention of winning this round right now. Would have to be a couple of kills and deaths thrown away, but Floofs makes it a triple kill as Aimkey now falls. Scoob, the final bastion of hope for Mystic Academy's match point dreams, and well, he'll be pushing it in, coming from the opposite direction, has really no chance of going through that garage wall now. It's going to be too heavily defended, but fair, everything's going to be heavily defended in a 1v5, angles every which way.
Almost gets the fleck on the Snipey, but Snipey puts his head into a little bit of an awkward position there, so Kirk or Scoob doesn't get it. Now, we do see, actually, the same rotation with the same results thus far coming out of Homelands. But can they continue this trend? Bar Gaming is where they're going to be going next. And this is where Mystic are going to want to start picking things up quickly.
Yeah, Mystic just 2 rounds away from ending map 1. Just the same Homeland 2 rounds away from tying it right back up at 5-5. So equidistance away from what the short-term goals would be for these two teams. No doubt, Homeland got a little bit more pep in that step from last round with Floofs jumping on the board, X3. Of course, it's going to have to be more than that. We need to see the consistency come through. But yeah, it could definitely be that story. You mentioned on the track record, it's looking similar to what Mystic did on their defensive run. This will be the big question to see if that trend continues here on Bar Gaming. Once more, you'll see that upstairs pressure in full. The operators coming through. Snipey on that Azami can be deadly. Zez picking up the alibi. A lot of great operators that can bring some ruin to an attack. Mystic needs to navigate these waters carefully, and they won't as Floofs finds Aimkey.
That's not really who you want off the board first, is I'm sure they're going to rely on him to try to knock off a lot of those electronics. They're going to be defending places like Library and the top of Blue Stairs. So not being able to do that from outside, having to actually burn those things manually with your utility, is going to be more time-consuming and much more difficult in general. Snipey and Neo get almost into a little bit of an altercation, but no one actually ends up taking any damage. Just wary of each other's positions now. Mystic are looking like they want to commit to this library clear still, but it is, well, it's still going to be a little bit of a challenge, quite frankly, as you've lost the man advantage, you've lost the opening pick, and you've lost the utility that was most likely going to be kind of your startup utility, the thing that gets things going.
Yeah, having to find a different way to turn that engine on now. Mystic Academy certainly wasting some time here. Azami is not helping that at all, continually throwing out those Kiba barriers to just make sure that it's not safe and it's not easy to clear into Library. Floofs takes a ton of damage, resulting in his death by Kirk, and Neo takes some back as well. There's a shot from Scoobert that absolutely nails Snipey, and now Mystic Academy starting to get that heated up, starting to take take some of that upstairs control, but Rival still on these stairs waiting and ready, has so much utility paired up. This is why Flores is banned, because otherwise, what a deal that would be. Rival will hold out for the remaining of this round, just over a minute to go.
One windows opened up, explorations onto mezzanine and in through library from Neo. Now they're in. Neo's gonna get into this library box, and he needs to take out Rival. He needs him out of this position. So much so that he's actually going to exit the position. Not worth holding anymore, not worth dying for, certainly. And now Neo needs to try to get down these stairs and start getting the picks that his team needs. Only 30 seconds left here. Man, disadvantage for Homeland, but they still have the clock on their side, and it's really working for them here. Rotate up main stairs from Rival. Someone wants to drop into Fireplace, then he's going to give them a hard time. Pick onto the hatch, nails Scoob! Only 15 seconds left, and they have to get the diffuser down and get all these kills. Neo's gonna push down, Rival's gonna get a pick on the Kirk, his second of the game, and then Cohen gets one onto Neo, and now it's just Big Guy. He gets the first, he gets the second! Has only 5 kills to kill Rival, but he has to get down into the basement, and it's just not gonna work. Such a close round in the end, almost the clutch, but
That
not quite.
Shot. Oh my goodness, right up through the hatch onto Scoob. Absolutely cut this round in half for Mystic. And Homeland, they continue in that same pattern that we saw, now hoping to tie it up as they head back to kitchen dining. The big question, the test that Mystic already passed, is can they go back to this site and take it in their own right? This is exciting. Homeland certainly mounting it. We talked about them needing to pick it up. They've done that, picking it up in its own right. Cohen and Floops now kind of starting to pull up as the more kill heavy besides Snipey, but it's still not the perfect spread that you would like. Is it going to be sustainable? Time can only tell us as they head back to this kitchen site. The defense, oh, they know what they need to do, but Mystic on that attack, they know as well the implications of losing this round. Such a great lead that they had built up, squandered. They want that match point, and they want it now.
3 rounds in a row, or no, 2 rounds in a row, sorry, for Homeland. Good stuff from them. And this is where Mystic want to end that streak. They don't want it to get to 3. They want to bring it to only 2 rounds in a row. They want to get that map points. This is the best of 3. Every map counts, and you don't want to go to the last map if at all possible. And you certainly want to win your map if at all possible. Solar attack coming out yet again.
Mystic Academy starting to ascend some of these walls. It's a slow beginning here as they've already taken around 30 seconds just to get in position to start aggressing the building. Cohen on these stairs is going to hold off that M590 in hand, looking so beautiful, so ready to engage. Smoke canisters out, and Floofs once again pulling an opening kill. Aim key will fall. That's going to be the Nomad. No longer a viable option here. Big Guy with a nade goes through, does not find anything at all, and it just feels like a little bit of a stall before they even get in the building. Mystic need to speed things up, and they need to find some revenge after Aimkey's death. Just that annoying drone upstairs, or up in the rafters, kind of annoying our dear friend there, but looks like he'll get it taken care of. Some early aggressive smoke usage as well, just kind of slowing down Mystic's move.
This is something that we've seen Mystic do, or Homeland do, quite a few times before. They'll like to sit on this staircase with all of their ADSs and even some Wamai magnets. They don't like to be naded out. They know how to defend a solar side attack. And so giving them one is a little bit of an odd decision from Mystic. Probably something that should have been caught in the prep phase. Something could have been adapted around. And they could have attacked the other side, which would have made that defense not useless, as it can still hold off that west main area. But not great nonetheless. Rivals picked off by Neo on an aggressive entry, and now he's looking to get that second, but he doesn't quite manage to get it. He's in M590 range, and he's gonna feel it, but Scoob is gonna get a refrag along with Kirk as well. And now things flip pretty quickly and pretty suddenly into the favor of Mystic, man advantage wise, but they only have 40 seconds left.
And we've seen how quickly time can become your ultimate enemy. Zez does fall though to Scoobert, and now it doesn't look good at all for Snipey. Big Guy will finish the hopes and dreams of Snipey and the rest of the squad's hopes of just tying it up and going 5-5. Instead, Mystic will push it to match point. They've got their 6-4 scoreline, and they're poised and ready to end this without even having to think about going to overtime. They don't want to go into extra innings at all. But Homeland will head back downstairs to Snowmobile, and this was the site that they started a little bit of a comeback on. And if they can get this happening again, Snowmobile into Bar, they can force overtime. But they need to win both of those, and Mystic won't be so happy to give that up.
Certainly not, and they've seen this defense now, unless Homeland are going to pull something out that's drastically different than before, which is always possible because that is pretty much a signature of Homeland at this point. They like to mix things up drastically on their defenses. And if you're not prepared for that as Mystic, then that is something that does catch a lot of teams by surprise and leads to quite a few round wins, even in situations that they arguably shouldn't win them in. And it looks like that may be, actually, one of the key things that Homeland is kind of relying on this round, as I believe this is a different strategy.
Pulling out a couple of operators that we haven't yet seen from them. A couple that we have seen over and over again. Of course, that core operator list that you'll always have on board. Got that Smoke and that Alibi in my comment op as well. But first, it's a Floofs and Scoobert little trade there. Aimkey does fall in the process, but it's the refrag that takes down Floofs. Aimkey has not had a great track record of these opening kills. Now, at least the last 2 rounds in a row has been the first to fall. But Floofs finally being shut down, definitely started heating up after the side swapped. That's a big kill there. You still have so many to worry about, though. You've already got that garage wall opened up. You can start aggressing, holding that angle while trying to pinch and press in some other spots, seeing where the weaknesses are going to be. Still quite a few Homeland defenders upstairs, holding it out, waiting it out, and hoping to maybe come down on a late little roam, a late little flank, and find a couple out.
Doc on the other side of commencing as well from the looks of things. Mystic do like their split pushes, and this is going to be no exception. Scoob's going to remain outside of that snowmobile breach, and he's just going to provide pressure, firing a couple pot shots, and then when the execute goes down, he can walk in and really stab Homeland at the back if they're not prepared for it, or just prevent rotations even, as that main garage is a place a lot of people like to rotate to. Speaking of rotating, though, Ziz can no longer do that as his legs are blown clean off by a nade from Big Guy, and it's looking ever like it's going in Mystic's favor. Next altercation, probably some combination of Neo and Snipey. Snipey retreats back into Trophy, goes and looks at the Trophy window, which Big Guy is going to be peeking in a second. Brave Fire comes out, but Big Guy's already exited the situation, and Neo's got the jump on Snipey! And now it's only 2 people left before Mystic take the opening map.
50 seconds to go, and those 2 players are just looking at that clock and looking at these players left alive and knowing that it's going to take more than just holding this down for a few more seconds. Cohen uses that final gas canister and now swings from Rival don't work. Cohen falls as well, and that's map 1 going the way of Mystic. Another step closer to heading to the grand finals tomorrow. A great map for them. But it's only map 1 of this best of 3, and there's no doubt that Homeland will look to get some revenge as we head to map 2.
Good stuff from Mystic there. It looked a little bit hairy some rounds, but they were able to bring it back nonetheless, knowing how they like to play the map and just kind of doing that, playing their own game, as some would say. And they do it in great fashion, taking the map 7-4.
Yeah, exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, they came out on that defensive side, really put the work in, and it looked like Homeland might be able to do the same after, the side swapped in round number 6, but weren't able to get it. So good work on Mystic taking that before the end of regulation. The big question is what happens as we head to Cafe? It's going to be another great map, a map that we don't always get to see in another wintry themed one. So I'm really excited heading into map number 2. Of course, we are going to take a short break to get that set up. So don't go far at all. Cafe and more Siege will be back when we return.
Imagine living without it, without it. So let's go. Effort is worth fighting for. You know, I've been standing right next to you, next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do, what we didn't do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Xenon Gaming Series. I'm Slayzilla, joined with Alio as we head into map number 2 of this semifinals game. It's right now Mystic taking on Homeland. Map number 1 ended in a 7-4 victory towards Mystic on Chalet, but the day's not over. It's just begun. Ali, what do you think heading into map 2?
Well, I think we're heading to Cafe, and that's one of my personal favorite maps, both from the perspective of building strategies for comp and also casting. So, should be fun to cast. So, I believe it was Homeland's map choice, as Mystic has taken their own map choice, and Homeland is going to look to return the favor by taking theirs in this. Unless Mystic has something to say about it, in which case we're going to end this 2-0, but all this will be determined within the future. No part 2s here. We're going to get right into the bans, as Mystic have the first ban being the Defenders, and that's going to go to Ying.
Yeah, that's a fun little operator. Not always seen on this this map as a ban, but I like it. You know, Ying can be so powerful with those candelas, can really just light up a room. So makes sense if you're worried about that. Flores comes through as well, and this is another great map to take out Flores, especially attacking upstairs. Think of all the crucial positionings for shields and such as, you know, Pixel. Huge site that Flores would just make a laughing stock of. So another great reason to take him off the board. Valkyrie next up on the list. Again, our dear friend is sitting on the bench.
A very common ban for this map is there's so many nooks and crannies that cams can be hidden in, and well, if you're Homelands and someone like Neo or Kirk is peeking you with that kind of info, it's pretty scary. With my band as well, he makes holding positions like Pixel and Prep on Kitchen a breeze, and Mystic don't want to deal with it, and they know how to play without it as well, betting it on themselves as the opening defense before they head up to Bar Cocktail.
Yeah, I can't blame them all too much for taking those operators off the board. Now, Mystic starting on the defense here, it's going to be another opportunity for them to jump up and just deliver some licks early on. We saw them do a pretty good job on their defense when we were back on Chalet. Now, those maps can play differently, no doubt about it. And a lot of times, Cafe can lean more towards that 3-3, but I'll have to see. It's been a while since I really jumped into a nice Cafe match, so hoping for a good show here as we head into round number 1.
Well, certainly as we always want, what we got on the last map time and time again, the only people that really need to see a good show from was Enki, actually. But I'm sure he's going to want to rectify that as much as he can. Blitz being brought via attacker repick by Floofs, which is a little bit strange for this site, unless they just want to send him up a staircase, but there are lots of opportunities to get some weird angles on your head or just see for you if that is the case. So Floofs is going to want to be pretty careful here. We also saw a Nook get left up on the board, which was the original operator choice of Floofs, but switching onto that Blitz for some shenanigans, no doubt.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of fun things come to fruition here on this map. So many different opportunities for little strategies you can come in with. We've seen before where Naruni might just box herself in right by Cigar and just light people up as they drop down hatches. So many opportunities for someone who really likes to dig in and come up with creative ideas to have something new and really change a map up. Kirk down below by pillars, holding things out. You can see the attack is going for what is pretty standard, although you do have a couple of players who are coming from that red stairs on a different angle, not dropping directly down, but still the pressure will be the same. It's Scoobert in that position, getting nailed by Zez. A great headshot to start things off for Homeland Esports.
Well, waiting for that wide swing, and Zez opts to slow peek it instead, exposing just enough of himself that he could see the head of Scoob and picking him off. Rival and Kirk are now trying to kill one another. Snipey gets in on it and successfully gets it, along with Enki being brought down as well. It's only Neo and Big Guy. They're going to want to try to retake Cigar, and they do successfully. They kill off Floofs, get one pick back for their troubles, but there are still 4 more, and they have over a minute to work this round, over a minute to drone, Over mid, it's set up crossfires or just use utility. And that pressure is going to bail down as big guys picked off, and it's all left up to Neo. He doesn't even get one. And that's the opening round, yet again going the way of Homeland, but as we've seen, that can be deceptive.
It can be deceptive, but boy, oh boy, does it look all so important with that first big hit, making it look like this could be a swing just to the fences for Homeland. Of course, Mystic, as you mentioned, it's not going to be all as it seems here, and they're going to do their best to fight back as they'll head downstairs to kitchen service. Might take them a little bit of a time, a little bit of a round or so to get warmed up. That's what happened on Chalet. Will it be a similar story here? We'll have to find out, because again, this is Homeland's map. They want to be here. They're going to feel confident, but Mystic heading downstairs, those two kitchen sites. You do have the Echo being brought out. Now, this is a site where we've seen before Echo drones directly denying a plant, just ending the round on time, something that I always love to see, but again, hardly ever get the opportunity to have it actually happen. Still, though, all eyes on those yokai drones for me, with Scoobert manning them as that lovely, lovely operator.
Good to see a Nook get brought out by Zez here, the first of the series thus far. She's left up on the board, and Zez wants to take full advantage, creeping around and just getting into these awkward positions that Mystic aren't going to be inclined to look at. And then he's going to strike when the time is right, strike whenever Mystic have their backs turned. Scoob playing inside of Bakery, Kirk inside of that VIP Christmas area, and Neos hanging around White Stairs. A lot of extensions in and around the first floor, as well as going up to the third floor, even with Neo's current positioning. Creates a lot of things that are going to have to be cleared by a Homeland if they so choose.
Only one kill came from that first defensive round. That was from Big Guy, who's now picking up back on that smoke. Could be a really important operator that we always like to see. But yeah, I'm excited to see this Nook can cause any real issues here with that skulking ability, just being able to bypass any cameras, slink around the map unnoticed. Snipey, though, doing a good job of taking some more map control over here once again by Pillars, just taking it floor by floor. You still have a couple of Mystic defenders waiting out. Neo over on these White Stairs here, just dipping up and down, hoping to find anybody to catch them unaware, and Neo will indeed take down Zez. That very Nook we mentioned doesn't get too far.
Not at all. And now Neo's on the first floor, as is the rest of his team. They don't want to defend this second floor anymore, as they've wasted their time, they've gotten their pick. Now it's all about funneling Homeland into awkward spots, and then just pulling the trigger when they walk into position.
Minute and 14 seconds remaining, slowly ticking down. Homeland certainly not out of the running yet, but these next couple of kills could certainly put them out of the running. Snipey begins to aggress closer and closer to that walk-in. A nice line of sight splitting all the way through towards that door, kind of cutting that second sight in half here, but a play just doesn't go right. Aimkey somehow finds the shot, as the other defender seemed a little bit unaware of Snipey's location. Now Homeland in a 3v5 are at a pretty serious disadvantage with 40 to go.
Yeah, it seemed like Snipey thought that Kirk was dead, but in fact he was not. He is in fact the one who's dead. Quick attack onto the Bakery doesn't end up working. Scoob gets better of it. Now it's all left up to Rival and Floofs. Rival wants to get this gunfight on the Scoob, but he isn't able to exchange any damage, only taking half of HP in return for the peaks, and now all of it is on the ground, and then the drop on Freezer doesn't net anything as Mystic take, I don't think it was a flawless round, but damn close to one.
Yeah, you can't get much more confident than that, can you? And what a great answer, a nice rebuttal again from Mystic. They do their best at really making it difficult to feel all too comfortable. Homeland has had to do a lot of changing, and sometimes it just doesn't work. We saw in Chalet, it looked like they could bring it all the way back, maybe even force an overtime, but Mystic were still able to just cut that down. And again, if you look at the difference in kind of these two score lines, even though we're so early in, everyone in Mystic so evenly spread, and Snipey once again leading that pack a little bit more than others. You can see a little bit of a different style between these two teams. Of course, only 2 rounds in, not much to glean from that, but Snipey has been a very consistent player throughout last map, and now looking like this map as well.
Snipey in general is someone that, at least I've known for being very consistent, very on his mark with his shots, and a good team player as well. He knows how to use his utility, and it's only benefited Homeland, and the people around him are also pretty good at the game, which usually helps. Flu's bringing that Nook yet again, this time, going to be attacking Reading with it, because we're not going to see Kitchen till round 4, I think. No, round 5. Excuse my inability to do math. Attack coming in from the 3rd floor, as well as potentially the 1st floor. Kirk is worried about it at least. There are a couple outside of that delivery doorway. Kirk knows that one is there that he needs to be worried about, but he's not quite sure where. Fluis has a nade ready, but neither of them are going to end up landing. Zez is going to make his way up the stairs if he can at all, and Kirk is going to have to be wary of this.
Slowly creeping their way up. Zez still has a nade in hand. Floofs with 2, playing once again as that Nook, but Kirk begins to look towards those white stairs. It can be so difficult to really take a whole lot of an angle on that. It's hard to push up there very confidently. You can see it's kind of one of those opportunities for the defense to hold that down and waste a little bit more time. So important on this map is wasting time. You don't want to give Homeland too much to play with. They'll certainly take advantage of it. Right now, it feels like Mystic doing a good job at slowing things down until Snipey jumps on with a double kill. Big guy and aim key fall. Neo does hem and stop the bleeding alongside Kirk, but Cohen's not done. Scoobert will fall. Now the 2v3 with 1:20 to go.
The two defenders are detached from one another as well. Neo looks to try to finish the job onto Snipey, but he isn't quite able to do so. Almost gets the peek onto the prone angle, but Snipey survives. Neo on a sliver of HP. Kirk gets the flank, and it ends up working for 2v2 now, but not for the second. All left up to Neo on the top floor. He's fallen back down into dining now. He's wary of every position around him. Homeland know where he is, and they don't want him to get out. He does successfully get out, though. Poor coverage from Snipey, and then even poorer as Snipey himself is taked out. And now Cohen left standing on the bomb itself.
Oh,
and he's taken out by Neo! The shot! The Phenom. He's him! He is him. In fact, is that shot, that round that should have gone the way of Homeland, giving Neo those Twitter clips. And yet again, up 2-1 for Mystic Academy. Or Mystic Main.
Neo just makes things happen. Man was playing Rainbow Six Siege on the hardest difficulty. Just a single shot would have put him in the grave. Nothing, just anything would take him out. And now a great clutch up the 1v2. Being able to escape his confined position, swing around towards pillars, get the shot onto Snipey, and finish it onto Cohen. You just don't see stuff like that every day, and there's a reason. Neo has got to be one of the more prolific players on these rosters. Absolute menace. Finds his 4th kill, and Mystics somehow find that round win. They'll head back upstairs to where it all began, up at Bar Cocktail. And again, Ali, it feels similar to what we saw back on Chalet, but once more, this is the site that'll really decide if we are seeing a parallel universe where Mystic continue to do the same things on defense.
Certainly is what it feels like one of those sequels that is the same movie, but Harrison Ford and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson have somehow snuck their way in. And actually, it's a better comparison as Neo's playing himself as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson often does, putting up the numbers that we expect from him by this point. Snipey as well, putting up fantastic numbers for his team, getting those entry picks, and then, well, not protecting the post play in that last round, but in general, he is pretty good at it. But we have to see if Mystic are able to repeat the success that they've had, as Well, this is a defender-setted map, so the pressure's on to try to take those rounds, so you don't have to make them up on the disadvantageous half.
Yeah, they're wanting to grab as many as they can, and they're certainly doing a good job through this first half. Zez starts to move through, once again up around these stairs, has been a very consistent player of Yana on the kills, more on and off at times. When we look towards the consistent players for Homeland, you can see Snipey has really jumped up there through both rounds, through both maps. Now, Kirk is actually on the hunt a little bit here. You saw Snipey take some damage in this moving and roving. Kaid is going to get into a contention spot sooner or later, finds a shot at a Zez, but Zez first brings down the big name, Neo, and Rival quickly shuts down that Kaid of Kirk.
Good stuff from them. Snipey tags on for aim key as well. Not doing well on this map either. Now it's just Scoob and Big Guy. Familiar position if you are a Big Guy, but not so much Scoob. First pick comes out on the Snipey, so the Juggernaut himself is down. And now Big Guy is going to want to get this player off of Cocktail or just prevent to rotate up white. Because allowing that position to be claimed is going to be dangerous, but they do claim it with a nade from Floof's first kill that he has gotten this map. Smoke grenade on white is a bit of a delay, but not much, as now that ground has been taken. Scoob is rotated all the way on to Shaco at this point, though. He's holding for the push into Cocktail, but he doesn't quite see the prone. And he doesn't get the pick either, as Floofs gets it.
Great work from Homeland. Exactly what they're hoping to do. They cut it short. Could have been another crazy clutch up at the 1v3. Just isn't going to happen in Homeland. Certainly try to make a little bit more of a statement here in this first half. Tying it up at 2-2, they can keep it grinding, keep it close, as if this is going to be more of a defender-sided run of Cafe. The 4-2 is what Mystic looks for, so with Homeland already at 2, they've got their quota for the attacking side. Anything extra will pay off as the side switch and they hit onto the defense. They'll head back downstairs to Kitchen. And this is where Mystic can start that run back up. They're going to look for the 4-2, the best they can possibly do right now within these 2 remaining rounds. And after what we saw back on round 2 and 3, certainly some good opportunities to do it here.
Certainly is a good opportunity to get something going at the very least for either team. I think a similar defense setup to what we saw the last time here, actually. Exactly the same, I think. Maybe the castle wasn't there, but I don't quite remember. It was a little bit ago, one not shot throw to go from that clutch that Neo has obtained for himself. And now, Homeland, they're going to look to kind of try to repeat what they did on the last map, that is, be good at the game, but Neo is able to get into opening before Sniper's able to get into the building even. He is refragged by Zez, so not all lost, but that is your primary entry and fragging figure gone. And that's a lot of ground that they're going to have to make up.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful about these opening picks, right? I mean, that aggression just right off the rip. Snipey dead, Neo dead as well. Kind of those 2 juggernauts both trading each other out, leaving the rest of the gang to fend for themselves. We'll see how that goes. Azami is a pretty great op to take off the board for Homeland, though, as she really just continues to get more and more powerful as the round goes on, getting more and more Kiba barriers out and slowing them down even so. So a good opening for Homeland. Despite losing Snipey, they're going to try to continue this bakery push. Cohen starts to open up different angles, hoping to aggress and just make sure the defense doesn't feel too comfortable. But Scoobert is waiting and ready as this Echo.
Sitting inside a bakery as we saw him do the last time. He was very good at that position, getting, I think it was 2 kills for himself from behind that bakery counter. And he wants to do it again. He's going to look to do it again. Floofs is inside of the building now, inside of delivery. Kirk looks to feel kind of cornered between castle barricade being open and Floofs being inside of his delivery. Going to pull way back into the corner of the room and just wait for Floofs, but he doesn't get it. And now that's an entry pick onto the first floor, coming out for Homeland and the man advantage obtained. And he does have an angle into VIP, but if he isn't able to get this pick, it's not going to mean anything. He gives his position away multiple times, and so the push from Rival is going to be very heavily delayed. Now Big Guy has to get this kill, and even up the man count, but it doesn't happen. He's just flashed, and now there are only 2 people from Mystic left to save this round.
Something of an assassination so far, but Aimkey not done yet. Finds one, just dipping and dodging with that UMP. Might be able to pick up another kill here, and it will be something of a trade instead. Aimkey on to rival, but Zez with that immediate refrag. The 1v2. No more of those yokai drones are usable for Scoobert, unless they could be flown around here. Cohen and Zez look to get that plant down. Scoob on the outside, always looking in, starts to push closer and closer, but with 45 seconds on that clock, it's not going to be easy, as those attacking operators have now gotten into some defensive positions. It'll be Zez with a shot from the EBR to end the round. Another one going in Homeland's favor as they take the lead.
First map lead, or the first round lead they've had in a little while, since round 1, or round 2 of this map actually, and they've more than made up their quota for this half on Cafe as well, showing more of a mastery of this map than of Chalet thus far. Mining Dining is going to be the next site coming out from Mystic Academy. Not what we saw them defend last time, I don't think. So wanting to switch things up, they really want to get a good half here, or at least a serviceable one.
Yeah, Homeland is pushing the envelope right now, looking real good on their attacks. And again, this could lend itself to a quick finish if they switch onto the defensive side, have a 4-2. They could just crush that within a couple of rounds. So Mystic definitely want to do all they can to tie this up at 3-3. It's going to be the big goal. Neo opening death last round wasn't great for the team, but he took out Snipey as well. So that trade there kind of showed that Homeland, even without the big main spearhead, the rest of the gang starting to stand up. Zez called out a couple rounds ago, has definitely picked that up. Cohen close behind, as well as Floos, leading kind of that main charge through. Homeland looks really strong on Cafe, and Mystic need to do some adjustments if they want to keep pace.
That is good. It's going to be the goal here, is keeping pace is all they can really do at the ending of this half. They're going to go into the disadvantageous side here in about 2.5 minutes. And so you want to have as many rounds as you can under your belt before that happens. Which is why they're bringing out this pocket strat that I don't think Homeland will have seen up to this point. Because they want to try to extend that lead even further. Floof's inside of that delivery area. He wants to pick onto this dining player, but he ends up just getting shot and wasting a nade instead. Doesn't get any picks or even do any damage to the other team. That's a result that Mystic are almost certainly going to be happy with. But Scoob is taken off by Zez as the opening pick. And the cams are hacked on top of that. Good result, followed immediately by a poor one.
Not looking all too good here within that first minute, but still just the 5v4. You see Floofs begin to sneak their way upstairs using that Nook ability. Kirk is going to be the big contention point here, sitting around the piano. The Azami, you can see those Keepa berries just littering the place here, trying to make this a veritable war zone as these attackers move in. About half the round still remains, and there's another shot. This time Zez picks up the double kill as Neo falls. Mystic Academy just not grabbing the same handholds that they did on Chalet, as Snipey now swings around. Kirk could be in some danger with how much pressure is mounting upstairs.
He's not going to get the pick onto the Nook as he's looking away at that point, and the Nook's in fact going to get the pick onto him instead. Big guy also picked off while Aimkey gets one of his own with the Alda. Sitting behind that bomb inside of mining, he has to be careful here. 4 guns looking his way, and he isn't able to take any of them down as Floofs drops down and gets that pick. And it's 4-2 in favor of Homeland for this half.
Yeah, the halfway point, and Homeland certainly looking good after that attacking half on Cafe went so perfectly. They'll start things off on Bar Cocktail, a site that we are quite familiar with, and so far has been fairly attacker-sided. We saw it twice, and both times Homeland took that. So Mystic Academy going to try to dish back a little of what they felt here. And we'll have to see what the defense is bringing in operator-wise. They do have a couple of the ops that you would expect to see. A couple of those that are very, very powerful in this position. Now remember, we did see that Lamai ban out. Lamai just perfect in holding the pixel angle, so Jaeger gonna have to do a good job with some of those ADSs to hold that down, as there really is a formula for attacking into this site that almost every team seems to follow, and you always have this piano cigar room so pivotal in that attack.
Having control of those two areas gives you a lot to mount the attack from, and it gives you a lot of room to move around to knock defenders out of positions. Not to mention the amounts of utility that often aid in defending the site itself that you want to get rid of. And that's why most teams tend to like to take it. Some setup from the humidor hatch coming out from Zez, giving us some holes that they can use to try to kill anyone that's sitting in those. What do people call that? Like emo? I think I've heard that called dark, that area kind of under the new hatch. It gives a good peek that his team can work off of.
Yeah, this defense is going to potentially put another nail in this map. Mystic have started to fall off a little bit more, and that can compound so quickly after the side switch. But this is another opportunity, just the same, for them to start clawing their way back. Similar to what we saw Homeland attempt to do on map 1 of Chalet before that was cut short. The same Mystic need to attempt here. Big guy playing onto that sledge has not had the same performance that he did on Chalet. Currently 1-5, has been on the wrong end of a lot of engagements. Scoobred has started a little bit slow as well, but we've seen Aimkey jump up there. Kirk and Neo all trying to hold what they can, but it just hasn't worked up against this squad. Zez, Snipey, and Floofs, as well as Cohen, all putting up some really scary numbers and just winning their gunfights. Neo, though, begins to swing closer and closer to sight. Now in Cigar looking towards that pixel angle. No one currently holding it, but a lot of land taken by Mystic early on.
If they don't know that Neo is here, then he can either just hold this angle in for rotation, or let Big Guy get taken off by, actually, I think, a peek onto that door. So not his fault, but not a good result nonetheless. An attack is coming out on to trash your Mystic. Want to get inside of Freezer and get this plant down. Scoob does get the pick. Neo, another, before Kirk is downed along with Neo himself. Rival sticking out, but it's all just a flurry of kills that lead Homeland's way. 2 rounds away from locking this out in regulation.
That's 4 rounds in a row now for Homeland as well. They are just piling it up quicker than Mystic's bodies at this point. They're going to head to Kitchen, a site that we have seen go fairly well for both sides. Mystic took a flawless victory on round number 2 here on their defense, and now they're going to try to get something happening on the attack. Homeland are just looking great right now. Again, all 5 of them seem to be just letting it loose, all those cylinders firing at once, and that's so dangerous to go up against a team that's really working well together. Not very fun for Mystic Academy as we head into the second map. It's certainly been a change of tune from them. Could be heading into map number 3 before too long, unless we see some real resistance come through from Mystic.
10 seconds to go.
Certainly is going to be the case now, isn't it? Heartbreak's redundancy brought with both a sledge and a buck here. If they lose one, they don't want that to be the end of their vertical play. And if they have both alive, it gives them extra hard breach, nades, and a lot of floor that you can make disappear. Some of them sure will make the IGL for Mystic very happy, unlike the early death of Aimkey, who yet again suffers from those spawn peaks. He can't seem to get inside of the building before having his head taken clean off, carrying us over from the second map fairly nicely. The attack mounting onto the 3rd floor here from Mystic. They're going to meet Snipey here if he opts to stay on this floor, as well as Floofs and Zez.
Nice little jump up there from Floofs playing the Oryx. Always good to see some hatch play here coming through from that operator. Very niche in what he can do, but certainly fun and quite useful. That T5 SMG, very powerful in the right hands, no doubt about that. And a lot of these attackers kind of stuck up here on this island, up on the roof, haven't been able to make much of an impact, especially with Aimkey dying. You're not going to have a great flank watch, not going to be able to just lay down those gridlocks and Gonna try to slow things down, so it could be disadvantageous as the round progresses because Homeland seem to have free range of the map right now. Neo's gonna start to try to drop further and further in, but the way time is ticking, it doesn't feel all too confident. Being very slow, we need to see some action here in the final half of this round.
Track coming out onto Zez, but he's already back on the site. Nothing can really be gained. But a pick onto Scoob that drops the diffuser and kills your hard breach as well, leaving all of the hard breach duties up to Neo. Jump out doesn't net anything, but it is likely going to allow him to get into Bakery. Neo sees it and jumps out, but he isn't able to get that pick, not in the right position at the right time. Track onto the Mossy wouldn't be worth it, but the pick onto Snipey is. Neo gets that, and he brings one back for his team, brings them that little bit closer to being in a good position. But Mystic still don't have anything to work with here. They have to win these gunfights all in a row. They have to get 2Ks and 3Ks.
Yeah, especially if you look at the utility left. 3 gas grenades, 3 of those disgusting canisters left from Cohen are just going to come everything up even further, and you can start to see those being popped off. Neo tries to find something of an angle, a semblance of a hope here, but all the angles being held tightly by Homeland. They're not looking to give up an inch at all, and as time ticks down, Big Guy finds a couple of angles, doesn't land any shots. Kirk pushes in, gets absolutely laid flat, and Rival keeps it going. Neo falls, and Zez finishes off the round and puts it to match point. It's 6-2 Homeland's favor.
Homeland are showing a lot more mastery of this map than the same Mystic were showing of the previous one. They've only taken 8 rounds to get to match point, whereas Mystic took 10, I believe. So good stuff from them. Math is not my strong suit, as you can probably tell, but that's obvious because I play Siege. Didn't spend too much time on math after high school. Mining Dining is where Homeland, you're gonna look to close this out and send us to bank, and where Mystic are gonna look to try to stake their claim and keep themselves in this.
Be an absolute speed run of this map as well if they did close it here. Just like 30 minutes in from what we can see now in Homeland. They really have shown that mastery, no doubt about that. Neo is still performing well, but you just look at what Homeland has done here. They've got an iron defense. All of those players, all 5 of them going positive, winning gunfights, being, not only just support players or different roamers or whatever, they're all getting things done in their own right, and it's working beautifully here for Homeland. So there's no doubt this could very well be the final round in map number 2. But Mystic, they don't want to let that go so easily. Neo pulls out the Amaru, hoping for something of a crazy push in. You do have that Nook and Lion being brought as well. A lot of operators that we're very, very used to seeing. Zofia back with the M762. No longer is the LMGE viable, but what's Neo planning here? Looking and waiting to potentially jump right into that site.
He's gonna say go for it, and everything's gonna happen all at once here. Neil wants to get this opening pick, but he's not gonna be able to position himself, but he does end up getting it. Big Guy gets picked off as well, though, and it's a flurry of kills, but Mystic come out on top here, only Big Guy falling. Now Scoob's gotten this pick on the sniping, it's all left up to Zez. Positioned right outside of reading. Neo gets the read, he gets the pick! And finally, Mystic are able to get themselves onto the board on this attack, but they have to do that 3 more times for overtime.
What a play for Mystic. Always so fun to see an Amaru just fling their way into sight, and that's exactly what Neo did there. Great work. I mean, it really looked as though he was going to lose that first engagement, which could have sent the entire attack sideways. But you saw all those kills come through at once. Of course, we were mainly focusing on Neo's perspective, but there were so many things that just went well for Mystic there. The rest of the gang pouring into sight. And that was a great way to keep themselves alive here. But the razor-thin edge, that margin, it's still here. And they need 3 more rounds in a row to push us to push us to overtime. doesn't seem great, especially with the way Homeland have been playing. We'll head back upstairs to Bar Cocktail, and Homeland have a greatest chance as any to shut this map down here.
This is a blessing and a curse for Mystic, as they are still alive in this matchup, and Neo is able to get some much-needed confidence from those kills, but this does also allow Homeland to go onto a site that they are very comfortable with, and that they know they can use to beat Mystic. And they're gonna play like it, but Mystic wasn't a terrible time attacking this bomb site the last time. There were some signs of life, there were some ideas that almost worked, some entry space taking that was phenomenal, but Homeland or Mystic just have to do that better. They have to take advantage of mistakes that Homeland make, and they have to create openings. And if they're able to do that, then they can keep themselves in here, but Homeland have also been playing great, and they're gonna look to stop these things from happening.
Much of a different story than Chalet, as you mentioned. Snipey waiting out here, hoping to catch someone unaware. Big guy up on the rooftop, as is very, very customary on this map. A lot of times you will climb up to that roof and try to put down a little bit of pressure. That sunlight can be a little bit alluring to many players, especially when you're new. You peek in there, get your head taken off a couple times. That'll learn you. As you can see, some more pressure onto these hatches. Neo already taking a nice sit on the red stairs here, but has to be careful. You don't want to waste too much time getting all things set up. About half the round is gone. No blood dropped on either side, and Mystic, they need this round.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Sniper goes to the run up, but no one's in a position to get caught by it.
dang.
Pre-fire by Neo just leads to a pick for Zez, the angle being set up to do exactly what it ends up doing. And now Neo has been relegated to cam duties. Anki inside of Cigar, peeking in towards Pixel. He ends up running in, big guy gets a pick onto Zez, revenge for his teammate earlier. Now this wall's gonna be opened off of that EMP, and Anki gets a second onto Floofs as well. Advantage obtained for Mystic, and a good opportunity to get this round if they can leverage this properly.
Just under a minute to go. Homeland have that man disadvantage that they're working with here, trying to bring it back, and it's going to be about Mystic trying to force the envelope here once again, pushing that message and shutting down the remaining defenders. They've taken care of a lot of the big names, but Snipey prevails, as well as Rival finding aim key. Back to the 3v3, and time is a ticking. Scuba just doesn't hit the head there. Now it's getting really, really important for these players to make a move, get some land, try to get a plant down. Scoob does have that diffuser in hand, but Rival making it difficult to even get close enough to try to put that on the threshold. Nades are being tossed. Scoob takes some damage. Kirk is moving, but it's Snipey to find one. Kirk with a refrag onto Cohen. The big guy's dead, and now so is Kirk. Rival finishes it up, and it's a great round ending and map ending kill. All in Homeland's favor, 7-3 victory.
Mystic, they do look good on that attack yet again. That shows that there are signs of life. They were still awake, but not as awake as Homeland's. And that ends up being the difference maker there. Early pegs going the way of Homeland, just slowing Mystic down to a crawl and eliminating crucial people for the late rounds. It's not what you like to see if you are a Mystic or a Mystic fan. But we do have Bank in the wings now that this is going to all three maps.
Yeah, Bank gonna be that final arena for these two teams. And so far, Ali, it's been a great show. Both of them really taking a toll on their own map picks, especially that 7-3. Not too different from a 7-4, but Homeland made it look great. So any thoughts heading into Bank between these two teams? Anything you're looking forward to?
We've seen a wide awake Mystic, now we've seen a wide awake Homeland. I want to see both of those clash on this last map. It's gone to all three. Might as well make it spectacular and delay Andrew's Phillies game just that little bit longer.
Couldn't agree with you any more than I do, but we don't want to delay too much, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 3 of this semifinal when we return.
hello, welcome back to My Voice is Shot, the series. That's what it feels like with Mystic and Homeland playing against one another. As the play is going back and forth, you can't help but get hyped when they happen, and when there are enough of them in a row, your throat starts banging on your door like an old man and yelling at you.
Well, I hate to break this to you, but this is just our first best of 3 of the night. We've got one more after this, but let's not waste any time. We're headed into Bank, Homeland taking on Mystic in this best of 3. If you're just now getting here, 7-4 went map 1. That was Chalet in Mystic's favor. Map 2, that was Cafe, went Homeland's favor, 7-3. So it all comes to a head here. And Mystic is going to start with that first attacking ban since they're starting on the defense. Let's see what they take off.
Well, it's gonna be a Nook, no surprise there. Mystic really don't like dealing with the Nook, so they want a gun. Flus is able to take great advantage of it on their attacking half last game, so it makes sense that they want it gone. Next attacker coming out from... Well, it's coming out from Homeland. It's the Monty. He makes a lot of these pushes very easy. A lot of players like to push him straight up the spiral staircase, and it can really be difficult to get past a Monty who has any clue what he's doing.
Yeah, some good operators taken off the board. Valkyrie again. That's 3 for 3 for our good friend the Valk. Makes a lot of sense as well. She's just always gone. Kind of like the Thatcher of defense. Final ban to round things out. It's going to be Kaid, who can be so powerful, especially downstairs, holding on to those hatches. But there are a lot of walls that could be very, very important for an attacking team to take. And Mystic isn't going to be able to defend those quite as easily. In fact, they will be starting on the defense the third time. Every single map, I believe they've started on the defensive side. So we'll see how this works here. Now, Homeland, they do have a little bit more more air in their sails after that last map. They got to be feeling good. We'll see if Mystic can try to hold that back in round number 1.
Archives Challengers here coming out from Mystic. A site that we don't always see being brought out, but not a bad site at all. It's just that the other sites have kind of been raised in quality over Bank's lifetime, and also just by new operators being released. So it's kind of been left behind a little bit. Oryx being played by Neo, making those rotates around the site, and also some lines of sight that they can use. And it being Neo on this Oryx, well, he's going to be able to use his gun skill and positioning to get into weird places that Homeland are going to have a hard time dealing with, and that castle that Anki is bringing is going to allow for some cover and funneling of Homeland.
Yeah, excuse me, Mystic Academy, or Mystic Main now, really need to do a good job of controlling all 5 members of that Homeland roster, because just last map we saw all of them kind of come up and show that, you know what, they're all gunners, they can all get things done, and we need to see something similar from Mystic here as well. With all this danger around, you got to be able to step up and answer it, otherwise we could see a quick map number 3. We saw how fast Homeland took advantage of them on map 2, and I wonder if it'll be similar here on Bank. Of course, this isn't picked by either side directly, just the result of the ban after ban, leaving finally 2, but either way, this should be a great place to find out which team can advance to the finals, and it's going to be Neo finding first blood. Snipey dead, that's the Ash off the board.
Also, really great player as well. He and Neo have kind of been going back and forth, blow per blow, like, well... Big guy's gonna go with the body bag, and Cohen's actually just in the site. He gets a second onto Enki as well! And now this plant can go down if he can get in a good position. Neo looks to get the flank going, creeping around the top of the square, along with Kirk. Scoob gets a pick on the Cohen, so the diffuser is surrendered in sight. And Neo is above that admin hatch. Rival is around that Kanto area. He's going to drone things out, try to locate the defenders, but the diffuser being in sight is going to be damn hard to deal with as Neo gets a pick onto Rival. Zez creeps his way towards admin. Floof creeps up banana stairs. And they have a minute left to try to make this round work, to try to salvage whatever they can.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a seesaw here. We saw that opening pick from Neo with Cohen then quickly getting into sight, fighting those two, but once again swaying in the favor of Mystic Academy. Neo still on that second floor holding it down. You can see the silhouette of a player just a couple of feet beyond him. It's a very slow moment here as time is ticking down, but we don't see quite yet the frantic race to get the plant down, to get into sight. Zez has now rotated over to open area, hoping to find a different angle, find somewhere he can pick someone off, but instead it's Scoober picking off his friend. Floof's now dead, and Zez in trouble. Takes a ton of damage, hoping and swinging and firing, but with 20 seconds to go in the 1v3, limited HP, things don't look good for Zofia, don't look good for Homeland on round number 1, and the standoff in open area ends with a quick shot, and it's a Mystic round for the first.
Disgusting angle. Coming out from Scoob there really allows him to just get that pick. We saw two people trying to use that angle, but Scoob ends up prevailing. Now CCTV and lockers coming out from this thing. ACAD, a really great site to defend. Whether you roam or anchor, it doesn't really... I don't want to say it doesn't matter for that site, but either is viable, and it's going to give Mystic a lot of options. And this is the first time we've seen Mystic take the opening round this series, if anyone was wondering.
That is true. Both times on map 1 and 2, it was Homeland who struck first. So good job for Mystic, kind of flipping the script a little bit more from what we're used to. But yeah, absolutely a big fan of CCTV. It's a great site to go to and really a fun one to watch with all the different opportunities that an attacking team has. There's so many different angles and different approaches they can make, and the same for the defense. So many different ways to hold this down. I'm interested to see what Homeland will do, but for the defense setup, we do have a couple of operators that will make time important. That Goyo putting the Vulcan canisters can waste so much time of an attack's move. Alongside the smoke, you could really see a lot of the clock burned up between those two, but instead, you'll actually see Big Guy disconnect from the game. We'll have to see if it's too late to try to get him back in. They might just have to play it out.
I think they do just have to play it out at this point. It does appear that the servers might be having a little bit of a panic attack, as some might say, so there's going to be a little bit of trouble coming out here for both sides. Mystic Academy are going to have to fight from the disadvantage, but they do get free cams from the beginning of the round, with Big Guy playing that position after getting back into the game. So for their sake, we'll hope it works. Zez almost gets a pick onto Scoob, but Scoob gets better on the angle. But we do have return to the angle.
So Snipey's still playing upstairs as that Ash. We do have Neo sitting around here. Just a little bit of a gunfight happening as Floofs and Zez both find kills. Neo and Scoob fall. Things are quickly going downhill now for Mystic Academy. Homeland have the upper hand here in the 2v5. MK now taking a gunfight, switching around, trying to find some kind of an angle. Kirk does with the M590. Floofs falls. That's the Ying back on board after being banned out on Cafe, but MK struggling to just get any kind of a shot out. There is a lot of time as well for Homeland to figure out exactly how and what they need to do to get this round victory.
We do see Kirk make his way all the way upstairs, going to third floor, going to the top of square. If he can get an angle on someone unsuspecting, well, it's a kill, which it ends up being. Man advantage just that little bit weakened, and Zez is only a bullet away from death. Any slight hit to him will kill him now. And he's going to feel it. Enki gets the headshot. It's a 2v2 now. Less than a minute left here for Homeland to make this work. Enki has a hunch that there's a player inside of the garage. He's right. It's Snipey. Snipey's going to try to get the angle. He sees Kirk, but he isn't able to quite kill him. Cohen is almost killed by Enki. And now the duel of the fates commence, and it ends up being Cohen to get the last two. Getting lit up, but not able to be taken out. He just sprays into one spot, and they all die.
Great work there coming through from Homeland. They'll tie that up. Now, we did see a rumor of a little bit of a rehost. We'll see if that's going to go through. It looks like it very may well, as that chat goes crazy, huh? We'll see. Maybe no rehost. Nobody seems to know what's going on. So as of right now, I won't say what's going on, but it is a 1-1 tied up ball game after Homeland took that previous round on CCTV. Things looking quite good. And it looks like we're heading back into the game.
CCTV again, a site that's worth retrying, although this does break the Mystic trend of going to a different site
Attackers
once
need
you
to
lose
locate and
one.
defuse bombs.
It does give them a chance to kind of redo things because they were almost able to bring it back in that last round. Aimkey and Kirk making a damn good effort of it. Although there was a little bit of a positioning mishap that happened from their end. And if they can play that roam a little bit better, and if they actually have big guy on the board from the beginning, then that could really be the difference maker there. Because again, they were able to get pretty close last time.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I mean, had Big Guy been on the table, it very well could have been a totally different outcome, especially with how well those two fought. I mean, they were not letting go at all with them fighting to the death, despite the serious man disadvantage. So we'll have to see how it plays out on a retry here. Like you said, Mystic don't really do this. So for them to go back, that means they've got to be confident. They feel like they can nail it down. And for Homeland, this could be an opportunity to eat up another one. You can see they're getting a little bit aggressive here, moving over and towards, hoping to get some kind of an early angle on, looking towards staff and over towards open area as well. Quite a few enemies, quite a few defenders rather, have located themselves around that open area site. They're going to be holding things down. Zez finds the first kill. Scooper does get the refrag. Big Guy falls, so won't be a part of this round later on, but neither will Zez.
Pretty solid trade if you are on the attack, but that is not. Neo picks off Floofs, and that's your hard breach down, man. You don't want to lose him that early. And then Snipey dies as well, and it's all left up to Rival and Cullen. Confidence from Mystic well placed in this return. Rival really wants this pick onto Kirk, but Kirk is not making his life easy. But Cohen does wrap around and get that refrag, and then another on the Imki as well. It's a 2v2 yet again, a very familiar spot, but do Mystic have what it takes this time?
Snipey is 0-2, while Cohen has now jumped up to 6-1. What is this? Indeed, Rival hasn't been able to find anything yet, but we're seeing kind of a flip with Cohen now taking the lead and taking the charge here of this map. Neo and Scoobert, though, to the two remaining defenders. I mean, come on. You got the smoke and you got the Goyo. Of course, those canisters are going to be pre-placed, but what a nice couple of operators to hold this down. A lot of time needs to go and drain away before it's going to be all too viable to just kind of sit back and let loose all the hailfire and the smoke and the fire. But we'll see if it's going to come to that. Still a minute before this round is over.
Hatch being opened up inside of open area gives some awkward positioning over to Neo. Flores drone gathers information and then dislocates the Goyo, but he's able to get right back in that spot if he so chooses. Breach charge shot out by Neo, so not doing anything. Only 45 seconds left here. So Mystic have a good chance to just stall the rest of this out and take the rounds. But Cohen and Rival do still have a solid chance. It's mainly Scoob that they have to worry about right now, as he is the immediate threat with those smoke canisters. Cohen just falls into a crossfire. He gets Scoob, and now he has to 1v1 Neo. 20 seconds left. He does it! Neo mispositions himself. Now Rival, he takes a round that should have gone Mystic's way. And now they're up 2-1.
Man, what a round was that. Good grief, dropping right in front of players, but Rival doesn't even care. Shutting down the likes of Neo is not something that you can say you've done. Neo has been such a great player, and now, well, Rival is coming for him. Great work on round number 3. We'll head to round 4 now. And Mystic, they're not going to that same site. I mean, that was a brutal way to take an L on it. It was, what, a 2v4 before or really anything had even progressed. They looked like they were going to be so strong, and great work coming through from Homeland. So they'll head back over to Archive Tellers. Now, they did win this site. It was the only site that they've won so far. and they want to win it again. That's going to be the big goal. Some Kiba barriers being thrown out in intriguing positions, but this is going to be a big test for this defense. They're bringing out a couple of different operators here, a couple of the same ones. You have that Thunderbird making another appearance, the Azami, so great and so beautiful, and once more, Neo's playing on the Oryx.
Defuse a bomb.
We saw Mystic take this site the last time, the opening round even breaking a trend, and then Homeland chose to break more trends by winning the 2 subsequent rounds, something we normally see Mystic do pretty well at. But not today. Apparently not on this site. Scoob is going to try to peek out onto these tellers' windows, or ATM windows rather. If someone peeks this pixel angle, then you can be sure that Scooby-Doo is going to be on the case, locating this body, and then subsequently reloading it to a body bag. Rival positioning himself outside of the CEO and lounge windows, and Floof getting picked off by Neo.
Early engagements there, Neo. Again, finding that shot so important. Being able to pick off some of these operators. That Flores can be very powerful as the round progresses, and Aimkey now jumps onto Zez. Again, it's a powerful start for Mystic. They're looking good, but we've seen Homeland come back from worse situations than this, and Rival, the player who seems to rival Neo's ability to just go crazy in the clutch situations, is still on board alongside Cohen and Snipey. Could be a pretty good death stack here if they can survive long enough against all 5 members of Mystic.
Snipey is having a little bit of a hard time though, but it's been playing for quite a while now. 3 maps. Not for this round though, as Neo picks him off. And he's just gonna fall back to the site. Mystic don't have to worry about extending anymore. They just have to worry about winning their gunfights and holding the site. But this is where they've floundered so hard on those CC defenses, as Kirk flounders on that pick onto Rival, letting him get the 180 flick. And getting that pick, 1 minute left is all that Mystic has to waste, but it does give Rival and Cohen some time to sneak around, drones.
Oh!
Now, and get the pick onto Neo as well, wanting to get back onto the side, but getting picked off instead. And what was a 5v2 is now a 3v2.
They're dropping like flies here. Mystic, they need to just kind of man the Sentinels here. Cohen does find another. It's a 2v2 as they're just letting them have these kills. You mentioned they don't have to extend, just dropping back to side, holding the angles was the idea, but so many have been caught out from really great plays. But it's going to be Aimkey with a nice angle of his own, taking the headshot onto Cohen, and Rival. Once again, it's Rival left in the 1v2, but time is going to be the biggest issue, the biggest, baddest of the wolves here. 4 kills to his name. He'll need to make that 6 within the next 5 seconds if he wants this victory, but Big Guy shuts it down with a spear, and Mystic tie the game up at 2-2.
Really shaky end there from Mystic, losing 3 people, allowing it to get to such a point that really would have been bad, taking people in a way that, I'm at a loss for words there. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of kills going the way of Homeland that really shouldn't have. Once you get the man advantage like that, it's such a dominating man advantage. You want to sit back on the site, let them come to you, take gunfights on your terms, and instead Mystic up to peak. Multiple people trying to go for flanks or hold outwardly aggressive positions that are kind of unnecessary, especially when they're losing their gunfights like this.
Oh man, it's been crazy how quickly Homeland can turn a 2v5 into a 1v2, something like that. I mean, they do such a good job of just ticking it down and taking those gunfights really well, but you saw how quickly it can go south. It was that 2v2. We saw Aimkey get the nice headshot onto Cohen. Rival left alone with time running down. That really was the big mishap there. Time so low, it was just a push on in. You're not going to be able to have much of a great train of thoughts while you're just looking at the clock ticking down to 0. So good job for Mystic finding that round victory, heading over to open area. So far we haven't seen, it's been a whole lot of tellers, whole lot of CCTV, so switching things up a bit. It's going to be Mystic's plan, and we'll have to see how this goes. Open area is indeed quite open. We'll find out how Homeland decides to attack into it.
Zez looking to get some opening picks on the kind of humidor area that
Oh, dang.
is actually successful. Gets the quick peek onto MK, and another opening pick goes the way of Homeland. Now fighting from the back foot, a very early opening pick as well. Not much time had really been allowed to progress there by the time that MK got picked off. Now the attack on the top square can mount itself with just that little bit more safety.
That was just over a minute now, as we still haven't seen the avenge for Aimkey's death. And taking their time here, Homeland just progressing slowly. Big guy takes some damage, but does find the shot onto Zez. Kirk begins to swing as well. There's a player just on that window, but it'll be Rival from the opposite angle to take down Kirk, as Zofia has been a thorn in the side of Mystic for a couple of rounds now. Neo tries to get an angle on so many different places to look, and minimal HP. He's going to be in danger. A Candela is tossed directly into that elevator shaft, and that man is seeing a white. Holds still, though. Big guy takes down Snipey, saves him, and puts a little bit of pressure off. Now time begins to tick down. 1:05 to go.
Yet another position where Mystic have wasted a decent bit of time, but they just need to close it out now. Neo is worse for wear. It's not going to take much to put him in the dirt, put him 6 feet under. And that's something that Homeland are probably going to be fairly aware of. Big guy hanging out towards lobby, Neo on the marble stairs, and Scoobert doing Scoobert things. It's going to be a solid setup if Mystic are able to leverage it, but again, if Neo is shot in the wrong place, if he mispositions himself slightly, then he's going to find himself biting the dust. Cohen is inside of Archives now, looking in towards admin. Looks like Big Guy might be having a little bit of troubles with the servers. He's just kind of standing up, staring at the sky. Cohen is looking in towards open area. 15 seconds left. Now make it 10. They have to get onto the bomb site, which Cohen is going to look to do here along with his teammates. Scoob overwhelmed. Neo gets his pick, and it's all left up to Cohen. Gonna get the pick onto Neo, and then start planning. And if all Big has to do is get the shot on the back, but doesn't get it, pulls off the plan. And now Mystic are able to take another round on the defense and put themselves at a pretty good advantage.
Map's certainly going a lot slower than what we saw on Cafe. I mean, Cafe took, I think, 30 minutes to run through, and already you can see could be much more grindy here as we head into round number 6. Heading back downstairs to CCTV, they just can't let go of this site, and you wonder if, well, can they? Of course, they just won the previous two. It's either go upstairs to CEO or back down here, and they're opting to try for a third time the site that they have a 0% win history on. Let's see if it works. All right, I'm excited to find out if they can avenge their ill history, but just the same, Homeland could be looking at this absolutely salivating over the idea of another CCTV attack. Defense looks similar to what we saw them bring the previous times. Is it going to work out on round number 6?
This has been kind of the site that we saw Mystic start throwing man advantages, having a 4v2 that ended up in a 1v0. Going the way of Homelands. And that's not really what you want when you can get into those positions. A lot of times, being able to close out rounds is arguably more important than being able to start them. Scoop in a hyper-aggressive position, watching dirt. But it doesn't look like anyone is actually going into dirt, so it's going to be a little bit of wasted time there. No one's going to come into his crosshairs. He doesn't want to get isolated out in the middle of that room, so he's probably going to duck back onto the site, get on cams, watch an angle, or just do something to help his teammates. Cohen tries to get that main lobby cam, get that down. Floofs gets onto the top floor with that Amaru. This room clear is starting to come together for Homeland.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quickly here, but Neo is holding on to the stair just the same. Him and Floofs could be in an engagement. That C4 is going to blast, not taking anything away from Floofs. G9 is a great weapon. Nice little LMG there that can spray a lot of rounds downrange quickly. Blue's going to use that to its best ability. Continues to jump around, hoping to catch out Neo, chasing down anyone they can. Rival as well begins to put a little bit of an angle out, looking towards that staff area. It does take a little bit of damage. Neo himself has found his way all the way down into the main stairway. As right now, neither team has lost a player. Rival taking a bit of damage, and already half the round has fallen away.
Certainly has started to do so and keeps positioning himself right on top of this open area hatch, sitting right above Red Hall. If the need arises, he can get down very quickly. Zez is watching main stairs here first with his face, then potentially with a drone. He doesn't want Neo to be able to get up and wreaking havoc, and Neo has a similar idea, but in the inverse doesn't want anyone to get down. Kirk gets the opening pick onto Rival, and Neo tries to aggress up a little bit, but doesn't net anything.
Oh.
And then he himself actually ends up getting netted by Zez, who nets 2! Big guy does get his own across the map, but those picks by Zez, so good. Big guy is positioned above the hatch in main lobby. Zez is in the middle of Red Hall, now on the site with the diffuser at the bottom of main, and Cohen kills Scoob. Big guy has to get this flank.
Once again, you've seen the player count just drop so quickly for Mystic, and now Homeland is attempting to get that plant down. Cohen does pull off, though. Zez, Snipey all up, but Cohen falls onto the ground, starts to put, or excuse me, it's Big Guy falls onto the ground. Cohen gets the diffuser planted once again. Oh, with Kirk's minimal HP, things look so bad in the 1v or the 2v3. They're going to try to push forward, get anything, but they're hemmed into this corner, locked away a little box, and they can't do much against the angles being held by Homeland. Not going to be easy to try to push your way out of this one. Kirk will do what he can. Big Guy hoping to find a lucky shot, but it'll go the other way. Snipey, his first kill now on the board. Kirk gets domed as well by Cohen. And it's a 3-3 half as Homeland take another victory on CCTV.
Oh no. 0-3 record for that site. The only attacking rounds that Homeland took were on that site. And they really shouldn't have taken at least one of them, arguably 2 of them, even debatably all 3 of them. And now Mystic are gonna be feeling that. CCTV Lockers is gonna be the opening site for Homelands. And we'll see if they can continue their 100% win rate on it, but... oh, that last round from Mystic.
Yeah, it just was kind of a compilation of the other CCTV rounds. I mean, again, you saw the opening kills go the way of Mystic. They were taking it, but all of a sudden, Zez jumps on, gets the double kill that just flipped the entire script, the entire momentum from that round. It was stripped away just the same as it had been in those 3 rounds, and Mystic lost. They could look back on him and say, dang, maybe we should have tried going upstairs. Maybe it would have been a better outcome. Either way, it's set in stone now as we head to round number 7. Those sides have officially swapped. They won't switch again until, or if we get to overtime, which there's no guarantee we do. Both maps have ended quite before regulation even ended. And now Cohen, sitting at double digits, picks up the Alda, ready to go. Mystic on the attack.
It's an opportunity to change things up. If you can't defend a site, maybe you can attack it. Now that you know how to dismantle it pretty well after losing it 3 times. Snipey is up on this top floor here. It's going to be Neo's job to track him down with that Inox scanner, and Scoob's job to drone him out, or Neo's just going to shoot him in the face. And get a very early opening pick from Mystic without much bloodshed either. It's going to give them a good advantage for this round, a good start, and it allows Kirk to get into the building extremely quickly.
Yeah, we've seen Mystic take those opening kills so often throughout the maps, but we've never seen them kind of drop that lead as much as we have on this map, this final map of Bank, where it all matters. But Snipey dead, quite good. Hasn't been potent at all on this final map of Bank, though. And so maybe could have tried to go for someone like Cohen instead. But Neo certainly making his way up and down the list. There's Floofs now gone. That's the Malusi dead. Banshees are going to be placed, but you don't have to worry about her with that MP5 roaming around anymore. You still have to worry about Zez, Rival, and Cohen, though. About half the round remains, and they're going to be doing all they can to bring this back into their favor.
Gonna drop back down onto the site. At this point, they just want to defend things, play aggressively from the site and the utility you have down, and hope that can net you some picks. Mystic are going to take advantage of the vacant space, though. Get some Inox tracking going, start going down staircases, and get utility usage onto the site. Looks like they want to go in potentially from a server here, although they're probably going to have a back sting as well, especially with both hatches being open. This gives Big Guy a beautiful Overwatch position if he chooses to take it.
Just 40 seconds left, though, as we can see all the Mystic guys getting ready to flood on down into sight. Neo would love to lead this charge. Scoobert prepares to look around blue as well. 30 seconds ticking down, though, and you can start to see the Goyo canisters lighting up the field. You do have those Evil Eyes that could be big as well, but Neo finds another shot. Cohen does put him down with the Alda, and Kirk puts him down in his stead as well. Now Zez in the 1v4. Plant being attempted. Zez looks towards that box, finds the kill onto Kirk, jumps through a window, and finds that the diffuser has been planted. The 1v3 doesn't look great with time ticking down, but we've never seen Homeland lose this site before. We'll find out if they can somehow keep that going. But with the moves and the rotations happening from Mystic, Zez is going to find himself very hard-pressed to get a dub here.
You're gonna try to get onto this admin hatch, but Big Guy doesn't let him, says no thanks. And that's all that Mystic needs. A 100% attacking win right now established for the site, and it turns out losing a site 3 times in a row can kind of teach you how to attack it in this case. So Mystic takes the opening attacking round. The opening round for both halves coming out from Mystic here. It's going to be, I think, the first time they've done that, actually, so good stuff from them. They're going to attack the same site again, and I really hope we don't see a repeat of last half. But it is entirely possible, especially if Mystic are able to play it that well again.
Ooh, man, Mystic, they did look really good, and CC is turning into our #1 played site on this map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times we've seen it. Well over half the rounds we've played have been on this site. Everyone seems to love it. And Homeland, they're going to try to love it as much as they can. Mystic did a great job of getting those early kills on. They put the pressure on. Snipey fell so quickly followed as well by Floofs. Now, Cohen, Rival, and Zez did a good job holding it down, but not good enough. Despite having that great player of Cohen, the man advantage was just too much, and Mystic forced their way in, finding an important round victory. So doing it all again, what does Homeland do differently here? What can they bring to the table to try to thwart the attack of Mystic?
Well, for starters, not letting Neo just walk into the building holding left click is always a good start. Got so many kills that last round. Got 3 of them, in fact, and a lot of them are very early on and on people in crucial positions. And you can't let him do that. He just does it again. Just walks in Printer and kills Zez, catches him lacking. And that's all they need to get this round started. Open area is effectively Mystics now. They do have to take the surrounding areas. There is still sniping on the top floor, but there's a free point that this attack can be mounted from.
Oh my goodness, Mystic doing the exact opposite of what Homeland wanted him to do, and now the 4v5 could quickly continue to go downhill. As I say so, it happens. Kirk onto Cohen, takes down the Alda-wielding Maestro. That's a big one. And Scoobert's not done either. Floofs will fall. Rival and Snipey left alone. Rival does pick onto Big Guy and charts back into sight. The drop is here, and Neil is right on his face. Snipey left alone in the 1v4, takes shots towards open area, doesn't hit, and Kirk gets the final say. What a round from Mystic. They did not resent and let up pressure at all.
Oh no. I believe that was attack timeout coming out from Homeland. They need some time to talk to Nick Moop. They need some time to correct things. He was just walking into the map and getting kills, and they aren't stopping him. Oh no. But this does give Mystic an opportunity to talk to, I believe it was Spider acting as a coach at this previous moment, and he's going to have an opportunity to unmute his mic and talk to the Mystic players and allow them to get even further ahead, provided Nick Moop isn't able to get his team back on par.
Yeah, this is an important part of this map. Remember, this is the final map of this semifinal. The victor moves on to face one of two teams in the grand finals tomorrow. The loser has to just prepare to play in that best of or third place matchup. So it's a big position that Homeland is in, and not exactly big is in a great position. They've got to fight, and that timeout could be exactly what they need to do so. Mystic Academy, or Mystic, excuse me, Maine, is just 2 rounds away from closing the book on this, closing the chapter on Homeland's hopes and dreams for another finals run. And they need everything to go well. We're switching it up again, a sight that we haven't seen so far. Up to the very top of the floor we go. Homeland will make this their home indeed, and they'll search for any way to take down Mystic.
Seeing CEO come on for the first time here, though being brought up by Homeland, not Mystic. Let's hope for their sake they're able to defend this with more confidence and competence. But with the confidence that Mystic are going to have going into this, taking 2 straight rounds on a site that they themselves couldn't defend, and Neo especially just walking in and just getting those impactful kills in areas that are going to be really uncomfortable to deal with from Homelands.
Oh man, Mystic have looked really good in this second half. I mean, I think it's just CCTV today. You just can't defend it. And a good job for Mystic to take advantage of that when they switched onto the sides, because when you come in at a 3-3 half, it's a clean slate. But it's a clean slate so close to be able to jump up into a really dangerous position, and that's exactly what Mystic has done. The attack now underway. You can see they want to move in kind of from that main area. Going to be a lot of repelling, you imagine, a lot of work onto those windows, hoping to find different angles just to offset and upset the defenders of Homeland. Speaking of which, they are all quite concentrated right now. Floose does take some damage, around half HP now gone, and he's got to back off a bit.
He's going to start impact tricking his Kanto wall. If he can keep that fairly close, then it's going to make the job of Kirk or whoever ends up peeking that just that little bit harder. It looks like it's Anki in this case. Zez gets picked off by Scoob as the opening pick. It's the 3rd one in a row going towards the side of Mystic and taking out a player who is normally very impactful but hasn't had that time to shine on this map. The Asami is becoming useful here for Floose as he gives himself a little bit of cover from Kanto and starts peeking towards ATMs. Multiple players, including Neo, are going to look to ascend this staircase as Cohen gets his own pick off screen, and Neo is almost ends up as a pick before he does end up as a pick, and Cohen looks to get a little bit more, but isn't quite able to. Almost finished off by Big Guy, but not quite. So things are coming to a little bit of a standstill with our YouTube feed. Unfortunately, we can't see what's going on as it is buffering. Buffering. Read any good books recently, Slay?
Oh my goodness, any good books? Well, I read the book of Connection Failure, which absolutely sucks. But
no.
man, well that's real tough.
Yeah.
Right in the middle, right in the heat of the round, and we get a little bit of a disconnection. Now, I'm not sure if the entire server is broke, if they'll continue playing, but we'll have to get that fixed up for you, which is sad. Feels bad, man, but hopefully we'll get everything set back up relatively soon, because we were getting into the kind of the final steps here of that first semifinal.
Certainly were, and just it always sucks in general. And like you said, the round might have just happened without us knowing, which means that only those players will ever know what happened inside of that lobby, unless they post Twitter clips, which is possible because you gotta get those impressions, man. The all important impressions. So hopefully we should.
Oh, all right. So it sounds like Homeland actually took that round, if I'm hearing that correctly. I imagine we're gonna have to get the lobby reset up, and that. Okay, yeah. So we are just gonna kick it to a quick break. Apologies for the interruption, but we will be back with this epic bank map in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere.
Cause I need you, baby. If you text me, say you need me. Even if it ain't real, you're just missing me. I'll be on the way, we'll spin and get it free. I'll be here. Spending time on the white sheets. We ain't tired, but act like we need to sleep. Then I think about your body, feel your fantasies. We don't sleep, we can't sleep. Split highs with you. In the bed, in the pool. Moods on too. Tell me what you need, cause I need you, baby. I'll set the cards to red. Temperature 68. A bed made for two. Say what you need, cause I need you, baby. I can make it like a dream for you. Like a fantasy that just came true. Right night feeling when you say ooh. La 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 la. I'ma label you from the left side. Keep you close, kinda for the whole night. No, you know because it feels like ooh. La 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 la.
Got this move. I'm so mesmerized. You take me somewhere new. Can you pause the night out? Postpone the sunrise. Cause every time I feel your kiss, the dose of your lips increase. Split highs with you. In the bed, in the pool. Ooh, it's all in tune. Tell me what you need, cause I need you, baby. Set the color to red. Temperature 68. We're made for two. Say what you need, cause I need you, baby.
I can make it like a dream for you. Like a fantasy that just came true. Right night feeling when you say ooh. La 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 la. I'ma label you from the left side. Keep you close, color for the whole night. No, you know because it feels like ooh. La 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 la. I can make it like a dream for you. Like a fantasy that just came true. Right night feeling when you say ooh. La 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 la. I'ma label you from the left side. Keep you close, color for the whole night. No, you know because it feels like ooh. La 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 la. When I think about it, ooh. Baby, you're mine. When I think about it, ooh. I can make it like a dream for you. Like a fantasy that just came true. Right night feeling when you say ooh. La 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 la. I'ma label you from the left side. Keep you close, color for the whole night. No, you know because it feels like ooh. La 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 la. When I think about it, ooh. When I think about it, ooh. Right night feeling when you say ooh. La 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 la. When I think about it, ooh. When I think about you.
My baby, my baby. You show me how to dance love. So tell me what you're thinking of.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Xenon Gaming Series. It's the semifinal between Homeland and Mystic. We just had a brief interruption, and for that, we are just truly sorry from the bottom of our hearts. But I'm Slayzilla, joined with Ali, and we're ready. We're just chomping at the bit to get back into this. It's 5-4 currently in favor of Mystic. Last round on CEO was won by Homeland. It has been a little crazy, but we're back.
Now we're going to see the third site in Homeland's rotation, this being open area and staff. A very common site to be defended here, kind of replacing armory or tellers and archives, excuse me, for a lot of teams on this map, with the addition of new operators and new innovations and strategy with being reintroduced to the competitive map pool. But it does give Mystic an opportunity to close things out within the next 2 rounds, as that site that Homeland were comfortable on is locked out for 2 more rounds now, and if Mystic can take these rounds, then should be good stuff for them. And even if Homeland take this, they have to either go to archives or back down to CC. So either way, Mystic are set up to do relatively well in these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, they've got themselves a good position. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how well does it go heading into open area? Mystic, with this break, did they lose some of the steam, or was it Homeland losing steam? Homeland just had that tactical time out, so maybe more time to really talk about what they need to do. This could punish Mystic, but who's to say? Both teams got a little bit of break to talk things over. They'll both now be heading back in as the round begins. Neo is the man of the hour right now, this time switching over to the Yana. You have a couple of operators ready to move in and some information being gained as well.
Zez using that, not Zez, excuse me, Neo, a little bit of a brain fart happening there, using that clone that Yana comes with. Tries to get some shots onto the open area as well. Looks towards Janitor, then looks towards Marble Stairs, but Zez has already made his way out. Now the next potential threat is Cohen using that Ellis Shoddy. If a swing happens in too close a proximity, Cohen probably kills you. Neo, on the other hand, kills Snipey, who's just kind of caught lacking inside of Humidor. Now it looks like, yep, Cohen has fallen off of the site over towards Marble Stairs now. He's able to lead a gunfight in close proximity that's going to spell bad news for whatever attacker he finds. And they know he's here now. They know he has that shotgun in hand, and they're going to have to be careful around it.
Yeah, with that man disadvantage, time is ticking still, but Homeland is going to try to hold back as best they can. Snipey really hasn't been the best on this map, which is unfortunate. It was very consistent throughout the first two, and now just seems to fall beneath the absolute onslaught that Mystic brings every round. Aimkey begins to swing closer and closer. There is an operator just nearby, and it's actually going to be Rival getting taken down, but not before shutting Neo out of the round. Less than 50 seconds on the clock. Big guy takes down Cohen to the 2v4. Zez and Floos are now going to try to back out downstairs, but Floos gets caught on the rotation. Zez, now left alone, has walked his way back up. The MX4 Storm ripping and shredding through all sorts of cubicles, but not the targets he wants to hit. Big guy still prevailing. Kirk as well. Scoobert now getting the plant down. What a messy gunfight this is in the teller's office. Now Flash is going to completely blind Zez, but the plant down, things just don't look good. It's been a good 30 seconds of him holding out, finds the shot onto Kirk. Now the 1v3, but with time ticking, you can't imagine Zez gets much further, but somehow he will.
He's gonna get into the open area double, but Scoob has the angle, a very long angle from behind the bomb in Staff. And that's Mystic putting themselves on map in match point with 2 rounds they can throw away before we get to overtime. And now Homeland have a difficult decision. Where do you go? They're going to go back to Staff by the looks of things, but Mystic dismantled that so confidently. And even without Neo just walking in, and if he's able to do that again, then that could be the thing that dismantles Homeland, and there's going to be so much pressure on their shoulders being the previous champions. You don't want to go out. You don't want to risk only getting 3rd place.
Yeah, you'd really need to tighten up here for Homeland. You can't let this slip by. This is your opportunity to jump back into the finals, and you don't want to shoot for 3rd place, right? You want to shoot for 1st, and that's the goal of both these teams, and you can feel it. You can feel the pressure start to mount. It lagged a little bit there alongside the YouTube feed, but now it's back in full force. Homeland on their defense, they will try again. Try to grind it out. Another round here, another round there. Whatever they can do to win these out and push it to overtime. That's going to be their goal. A sole purpose of mind. We'll see if it can work out because Mystic have a sole purpose as well. And that shut that down here and now with a 7-4 victory.
So if Mystic win right here in this round, they will have taken both of the maps they're taken in the series and the scoreline of 7-4, which is fairly impressive. And it does show that Homeland is very capable of fighting back even when they are losing. Looks like the attack coming out from Mystic this time is very different than the one they brought up previously, emphasizing stock much less. Which means that the adaptations from Homeland are gonna have to come from a different place, as you can't just say, well, we kill Neo in stock, because Neo's not in stock. In fact, he's located at the top of Square instead, along with several players on Rappel, and Aimkey watching bottom of Square, watching the staircase. Different things happening means different calls must be made, and if that can't be adapted to in time, then Homeland are in deep trouble.
Well, it's going to be Neo in the deep ground as Zez finds that opening kill. Again, it's just such a razor-thin margin. Something I love to say, but Aimkey brings it a little bit more back in their favor. More even, if anything. Snipey now falls. The 4v4. Time is ticking, but not all too quickly as of yet. With Snipey dead, still unable to help the team much more than make a couple of holes in the wall. Again, unfortunate. This really was a big proponent in maps previous. Zez, though, has really been heating up, and as time continues to tick, he's hiding in stock, waiting and ready to surprise any of these Mystic players that he can. They need everything to go their way. Minute and 15 left on the board.
Big guy's gonna start doing his vertical thing again, and if he's not careful, then he could potentially get peeked by a Zez that's just hiding, waiting for that time to tick down, waiting for Mystic to have to make something happen on the site, or he might just try to waste time by having them find him. Either way, this position could be crucial. Aimkey gets a pick, and then he gets a second even, 3 on the round for him, I believe, as he's opening up the site, and now Zez and Floos are entirely detached from one another, and they need to play beautifully individually. Zez gets a pick onto Big Guy, and now he has control over the admin hatch, which makes Kirk's positioning that little bit more awkward. 30 seconds left, and there's a cross being held onto admin. Both players looking at the same thing, but it doesn't look like Mystic wants to go there. They want to go for staff more than anything. Aimkey, as well as Kirk, are inside of open areas. Floof's diffused. Zez, all that's left. He has 10 seconds left. He's going to try to creep his way into open area. Flash knocks him off course, and a second flash blinds him completely. A third flown his way that also hits. Kirk almost gets the pick, but not quite. Deals a good chunk of damage, but he has to fall off because he's blind himself. And now Zez has to get this going within the next 30 seconds. He's going to peek in, going to clear all the angles one by one. He has to play this perfectly. Crossfire being held by Mystic. No one over peeking, no one exaggerating their positioning. They just want to get this over and done with. Pre-fires coming out from Zez, but none of them land. On top now, but he has to fall back down. He gets the pick onto Aimkey, but he is so close to being dead. Doesn't have time to defuse anymore. He can just go for KD, and he doesn't even get it. It's Kirk gets the knife. And that's Mystic taking it 2-1, going to the grand finals and knocking the previous champions down to 3rd or 4th place, depending on how the cookie crumbles.
What a great end to this map. It was a phenomenal fight. Throughout the entire series, that best of 3 was heated, and we never saw overtime. We never even saw the full regulation. Everything ended either at 7-4 or 7-3. So quick work by both sides, and what a finale there on Bank. Really good work to Mystic. They've got to feel hyped about that victory, and they'll be moving on, like you said, to those finals tomorrow up against who? Well, we're not sure yet. We'll be finding that out because there is one more best of 3 left up. Ali, who's it going to be, man? Who's playing after this?
I wanted to say it was Above the Law and Rebels, but he could be wrong about that. It's been a minute. So hopefully I'm right. I might not be, though, which it would not be the first time.
I think you're right. It's gonna be HK Rebels taking on Above the Law. Just check the notes. So that's coming up next. But again, congratulations to Mystic. They take the 2-1 victory and they'll move on. And as you said, it'll be up to the guys on Homeland to fight for 3rd or 4th. So we'll have to see that tomorrow as well. But for right now, we're gonna be kicking it to a short break as we get that second series set up, the final semifinal as it is. So don't go anywhere. Xenon will return.
silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape.
that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I got you by my side, tell me how about you running over. Here we go, making last the night. So let's just take our time.
Hey!
If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I got you by my side, tell me how about you running over. Here we go, making last the night. So let's just take our time.
Long hair, brown eyes, ooh, girl, you so fine. Ooh, good God, thick guys, I love your stride. Let's talk about this situation. You know you're looking good, that ass is pure temptation.
till you set it up, I'ma beat it up. Let me know when you're heading up. Not yet, well, gon' baby, suck it up. Do it so good, make a brother wanna cut a rug. Time flies when you set it on my taste buds. Tastes good.
Been waiting for this moment my whole life. Let's get it, baby.
Welcome back to Xenon. It's Slay and I again, and we're going to be casting this match between HK Rebels and Above the Law to determine who's going to face the newly accredited Mystic main in the grand finals. But one thing I'd like to rectify from the previous maps is that we didn't thank Campfire Esports for sponsoring this season of Xenon, which we absolutely should. However, I like to live life on the edge, much like a tarantula inside of Crocs. So, a detail that I might have missed, but hey, we have fun here.
Yeah, massive shout out to our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. Wouldn't be possible without you, but it wouldn't be possible without these epic teams either. You mentioned HK Rebels, you mentioned Above the Law. They're going to be going head to head, and we do have 3 maps that we need to show you to see exactly where these battles will be taking place. So let's check the map bans.
Let's check the map bands. And we say it again. It works twice. I have the powers.
Got the power.
So we're gonna go to bank yet again, 2 banks in a row. Not something that I think we were all banking on, but hey, it happens. HK Rebels are gonna like this one. We've seen them play it before, so gonna be from some familiarity there. Clubhouse after that, a little bit of default thrown in there, but it's been okay. Most of the maps tonight have been outside of the default range. Villa is also a little bit inside of that default range, but regardless, still pretty good map.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Even as just as a caster, I kind of feel more at home, like casting the maps that I know, like Clubhouse and Villa. I imagine it's kind of similar to how the players feel when they get to go there. But like you mentioned, Bank, not really a big one we were thinking about when we said, what are we going to be casting twice tonight? So I'm excited to see what happens there. A little bit of history, though, before we jump too far in. HK Rebels and Mystic, the team that just locked their spot in for the finals, did have a battle before. And that was won by HK Rebels. And they're a really good team. They go out there, they don't miss around. So I've got my eyes on them. Above the Law, though, I'll have to see what they can do. Haven't seen too many games from them this season, so they're going to come in a little bit of a dark horse for me. But let's jump into this map one. It's Bank. We're back, and the bands are ready to go.
Now, Above the Law is a team that I haven't seen too much of either, but one thing I would like to highlight kind of in their favor is they have a player called Spy, and historically, whenever he's played Challenger League Quals, Forceful, who's an assistant coach for DZ now, has labeled him as a player to watch as a potential pickup for Challenger League teams if they are looking to get someone new on their roster to freshen things up, so that does bode really well for them. And they have Morocco, who's XCL, but enough of Challenger League talk. We're in Xenon, and who's not in Xenon? Well, it's Nook and Monty.
Yeah, that's similar to what we saw. Not even similar. It's the exact same two bands that we saw open up on Bank just previously between the last best of three. And Valkyrie falls right in line there as well. The final would be Kaid here. We're going to have an exact repeat of those bands. And well, it does make sense, right? In this current meta, there are operators who do much better on some maps than others. And well, these are going to be the four. It's actually Mira that gets taken down. So kind of back to that Valk Mira ban that we always see. So Kaid is going to be viable, but so is Thatcher. So it might balance itself out a little bit more. Either way about it, HK Rebels is going to have to worry about any potential electrifying here as they'll be starting on the attack.
CEO Executive Lounge came out here first from Above the Law. A site that actually the only defensive site that Homeland won at their attempt at this map earlier. So I'll have to see if this trend is going to carry on with Above the Law. Though for their sake, I do hope that they can take on the dreaded CCTV and lockers being lost 5 times in a row last game. Or even Open Area, which didn't see a defensive win rate either.
Yeah, Bank's not looking too good for the defense here. I can say that much. Mystic swept it all but up when they switched on to the attack. And it might be a similar story here. Again, HK Rebels have got a lot of great players to watch out for, no doubt. But Above the Law, yeah, you can really see some of these names. Badgio recognized Spy, as you highlighted before. So I'm really interested to see how these two gangs are going to clash together. Now, Burnt Turkey is a player that I've seen a lot of, someone who can always look out for, more of a supporty smoke kind of guy, but always fun to see Burnt Turkey in the lobby when we have the opportunity to. So, defensive round for Above the Law, as we mentioned, going to be on CEO Executive. They've got it set up. You do have a little bit of an extension downstairs as well, as they'll be trying to keep the roam on. As always, you want to drain time in Rainbow Six Siege. You want to waste it all, so the HK Rebels or the attackers have to just fling themselves into the site in the last 20 seconds.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wasting time, certainly going to be the goal of Above the Law here, is the less of it Rebels have, the worse off they're going to be. But it has been shown previously that Rebels are very good at time management. Although they're going to be distinctly less so if Burnt Turkey is picked off immediately by Spy, as almost happens. Gets his zero cam up though, and he can start gathering some information as well as destroying some utility with the laser beams of the shootout, which have infinite range. So it's something that's Above the Law, something not going to be very fond of. Rai on the CEO windows. Just watching, pressuring, waiting to see if someone peeks into him so he can get a potential pick. But Mills actually ends up getting picked off by Morocco. The opening pick going the way of the Jaeger, getting that the Doki off the board. Really great opening pick for him, and it starts his team off on the right foot.
Above the law looking pretty good, but Vapoa strikes back. That's Spy now dead. The castle not going to be part of the round anymore, but potential barricades left around can slow things down. Morocco says bye-bye as well. Excellent placement by Doug with the nade. Doug's a name that you might have to look out for. Rai 2 jumps into action. Sheba falls, and all of a sudden, the site looks like it might as well. Badger and Jolt, all that remains of holding this defense down. Jolt gets absolutely nailed by Rai, and Badger finds himself dead in the ground too before he has a chance to think about what's going on. HK Rebels turn that around quick.
Opening pick does go the way of above the law, but it doesn't end up meaning much, as Rebels are just better on the coordination in the late round, better at getting things in and closing them out. And I spy with my little eye a wasteland of dead defender bodies being CCTV and lockers. We've said it a couple times now, but just this site was so poorly played for both Mystic and Homeland previously. As we're going to see if things can differ a little bit. I'm a little bit scared. It is the right season for that because it is spooky season. Halloween is in only 2 days, and I believe people are calling this the Halloween. But regardless, the Slay, hoping for something a little bit better here.
Attackers have located.
I really am as well. It's kind of fun that we get to go to this map kind of back to back, but with 2 different teams, because we'll see if there are like big differences or you know, traits that carry over. Like, is CCTV gonna be just a trash site to defend, or will above the law prove us otherwise? Because I can't imagine a defense winning CCTV after what we saw on that last semifinal map. I mean, it was 0 for 5, dude. That's crazy. But they're gonna try their best. HK Rebels, if there's any team that's gonna smash it after that first round, it looks like them. They turned it up after that opening pick took down their friend. They said, no, none of that, and they went crazy, only losing millies for the entire round. Above the law, though, they'll be able to jump back and say, all right, okay, we see you. Let's take a step back and figure out what we need to do. And this is where this round could really shine. But what is going on here? Rai finds one. Vapoa actually kills his friend, and they've dropped on in. Doug and Millie's both pull it up. It's a 4v2.
Joel hanging out by the red hall is all that remains now. It's actually Morocco. I lied. Hanging out in that red hall, but doesn't last at all. As a trade comes out between him and Doug, and that's a round over in, I think, less than a minute, going in the favor of Rebels yet again, getting that quick rush onto that lobby hatch, which either wasn't reinforced or was opened very quickly. As Rebels just lock in another one for themselves, and, well, CC. Well, we'll have to CC it later.
Oh, man. I have a special request. Can we get an 0 for 6 CCTV graphic up on here? We need to keep track of how many times CCTV is played and how many times it actually wins for the defense. This is ridiculous. They're going there again. They're trying it. They don't even know the bad luck that's been had on this side. But above the law, after these first 2 rounds, you might feel a little bit nervous for them. But HK Rebels, they are a very aggressive team. The 2 maps that we saw between Mystic and HK Rebels, run-outs, jump-outs, flying outs, any kind of out that you could think of, those 2 teams did it. So we'll have to find out if Above the Law can adapt and really kind of come to an own and say, all right, we get how they play. We can figure this out. We just have to counter a couple of things. Or if HK Rebels will continue to just kind of bring these surprising strategies and take round after round.
Looks like, I think, something potentially similar coming out here from Above the Law, but there is a little bit more emphasis from the looks of things being put on that lobby hatch, as they really don't want Rebels to run down that again. Morocco gets an opening pick onto Rai, so some utility being knocked off of the board in terms of that Thatcher. And the diffuser's also been surrendered in a pretty awkward spot, as now someone has to go retrieve it from far away position because no one but Rai was on that printer window, which is a little bit strange given he had the diffuser, but regardless, it is what happened in the end. However, Doug does find a refrag onto Badger, so 5 kills for him in these first 3 rounds. He's actually inside of CC, more or less, now on the staircase instead.
slowly pushing around now. So that 4v4, both of our dear friend, the SMG, or not SMG, the SAS bros have died. One SMG bro remains, but Shiba does not. The Kaid falls to the shot of Millies. Dokkaebi certainly showing just how much of a presence they can be. Doug up to 5 kills is starting to pop off early on, be one of those threats that you need to take care of. The same Morocco has grabbed a couple of their own. In fact, the only kills from above the law have come from Morocco, and another might fall to them as well. Jolt holds one angle. There's a lot of presence inside of open area. Burt Turkey tries to get something of a different angle themselves, but it'll actually be Jolt now finished off by Millies. The 4v2 down to the 3v2 though, as Morocco finds one before being downed himself. Spy left in a 1v3, down to the essentially 1v2, as Morocco's still bleeding on the floor.
Does get one, and then Millas finishes off Morocco. So Spy does have a solid chance of clutching this, but he does have to hold out for a minute here. Sitting at the bottom of Marble Stairs, it looks like CC is going to be the entry point that Millas and Turkey ought to go for. Spy shoots the drone in the red hall, alerting them to his position inside of Garage. He has some good angles to take care of this here, but if he can't hit his shots, it's not going to matter. Millas drops, starts getting the diffuser down, and now Spy has to act. Turkey on the Overwatch above the hatch. Now the diffuser's down, C4 goes out, it kills Millas, but Turkey has the high ground and the diffuser planted. He just has to wait, he just has to keep Spy from diffusing. And if he can do that for long enough, then it's not going to matter really much of anything. Spy just goes to the defuse and it doesn't end up working for him. As Turkey just peeks out, he calls the bluff. And now it's HK Rebels up 3-0 and 0-7 for the site of CCTV.
They're
Please-
not okay. Oh,
Okay.
I thought.
Okay,
We thought.
So I was worried now.
They showed it for half a second, and I was incredulous. There's no way they would go to CCTV again. No, they're not. They're going to go to open area, but this as well has not been a site that has won a single defensive round so far. Actually, no, I think it did win once on Mystics defense on round 5 of my notes are correct. But either way about it, not the best record. Better than CCTV, but what site isn't better than CCTV at this point? Looking at the operators they're bringing up, though, it looks like the war on drones is in full effect. Love to see that. You do have quite a few C4s coming out as well, and Badger picks up Maestro, the big meatball man with the Alda. Love to see it. We'll see if this is going to be the right composition to finally put a stop to the HK Rebels.
They've gotten themselves more or less the quota that they're going to want for this half year, so even if they end up going 0-3 on these last 3 rounds, it's not going to be the worst thing to have happen, but I sincerely doubt they're going to. Failed spawn peek from Morocco, no one walks across his line of sight, so really no harm, no foul with the spawn peaks, but no one ends up... Well, he doesn't actually get the pick here. One player by the skylight, hatch, or... camera shot out inside of the top of the square. Rotation coming out from Morocco, getting out of there, getting himself into a position where he can play off of his teammates and get a little bit of cover here.
Just about 40 seconds into the round, Burt Turkey getting some information with those Zero cameras. It's kind of fun to see Zero being played. It's not an operator I get to see all too often, so some good utilization of those cameras, not only getting information, but can also take care of some utility. Over here on the counter wall, you got Vipoa looking down range, hoping to catch anybody step into the wrong angle. It's been over a minute now, and things are pretty slow from HK Rebels, but they could all go so quickly. We know about them. Some damage onto Doug is taken. Doug still the shining knight in armor for HK Rebels, but followed closely by Millies and Rai Rai. A lot of good gunners here for this team, but not good enough to escape Badger and his Alda.
Refrag does come out, though, from Turkey onto Spy. 2 rounds in a row being felled by the same man. Spy is going to sit this one out. Being on the pulse as well, it's a lot of vertical play that's going to be done way more easily. Doug gets a pick onto Joel as well to tag onto things. Starting to go slowly in the favor of HK Rebels, but not by too much with that earlier pick onto Millas. Morocco sitting at the top of these blue stairs, watching up towards square if he can kill someone here. It'll be a little boost that his team may need to actually get back into this round and potentially take it, but no one from Rebels is revealing themselves to that position at this point. Because they know that they have the man advantage here, and they can play it, but a C4 from Sheba brings his team back into it. The man advantage now plays fairly firmly in the hands of Above the Law here with only 40 seconds left.
Above the Law is just showing us how it's done with all the C4. I love to see that. And the 2v3 is a great advantage for them as well, although they have to dig through Doug and Burnt Turkey. Doug has done a good job so far, but HP could be better, something that he'll be wishing for. Burnt Turkey, though, still full and still spitting out rounds with that MP7. Time is the big issue, though. With 15 seconds quickly ticking down, it's Burnt Turkey who has the diffuser in hand, but he doesn't quite feel comfortable to push in. With a flank coming around from Morocco and Badger on the other side, they got squished like a great sandwich of HK Rebels, and it's all ATL for that round.
Not quite sure when my co-caster is going to get crushed sandwiches, but it's, I don't know, it might be, I don't actually remember what state he's from, so this joke's kind of falling apart, but it might be a thing from whatever state that he resides in. CEO Executive Lounge coming out from Above the Law yet again. They didn't win this site the last time we saw them attend it, but could be something that changes here and now. Better than CCTV as a choice, at least thus far, given the history of both matches. So we'll have to see how this plays out here, but it could honestly go either way at this point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out how this round goes, because we did just see Above the Law finally take a round win. It was 3 in a row that HK Rebels just seemed to kind of run wild. And finally, it seems like Above the Law catching up, understanding what they need to do, getting things going, and Morocco leading a bit of that charge, but Sheba last round with a double kill C4 looked great, and that really just tilted the balance, the scales in their favor. And well, if we could see more plays like that, definitely some good positions for Above the Law could be had. HK Rebels, though, as you mentioned, even if they lose the next 2 rounds, a 3-3 attacking half is not all too terrible, although you are switching onto the defensive side, and the defense has to go to CCTV sometimes.
The dreaded CCTV. I'll be really interested to see if that trend translates into grand finals. I would imagine that it won't, because there's gonna be some time for Mystic to review their bank strategies, and it might not even be played. That being said, if it's a best of 5 like I think it is for the grand finals, then it will be played. But regardless, we're not in that match yet. Sheba using his utility with those Kiba barriers to stop himself being cleared out quite so quickly from this Kanto wall that is being opened up. He's going to get these throughout the round so he can just continuously put them on when it feels convenient or whenever he needs an escape. So there's going to be good time wasting from him. Turkey makes his way into the main lobby. Doug dangerously close to taking a gunfight with that player inside of Janitor. He almost gets picked off from stock as well, but it's in fact Spy to get killed first.
It's another good pick off there. Spy can be deadly. We've seen it before, but Vipoa strikes first. Burnt Turkey now swinging around, gets nailed by Jolt. Oh, I gotta feel that one in the morning. As a good kill evens the score, or the man count rather, to 4-4. Half the round remains, but Doug makes sure that no more remains will be found of Badger. Millies falls out of Morocco, back to the 3v3, tit for tat, blow for blow, as we just whittle each other downwards, closer and closer. Still over a minute to go, though. Jolt looking to find another, does pick up Doug now, and the 2v3 starts to look ill for HK Rebels.
Right outside of the building, and Vipoa not in a great position to help his teammate. Currently in a bit of a standoff with Sheba. Well, Sheba isn't actually looking towards Rai. Doesn't seem to know that he's there, but Rai wants him to get that peek. He wants him to peek out. So far, though, not going for it. Diffuser picked up by Vipoa is going to make his way up the spiral staircase. And then going to flash off E2. Doesn't want anyone to have any potential peeks on him, but Sheba does have the long angle. It's actually going to wrap around to Banana, though, before actually going into Trump. Like,
Oh.
the two, but he loses the pick. And then Jolt takes damage as well. Rai is now in the site, inside of Humidor, but he isn't quite able to escape the Thorn gadget and triple kill for Jolt. Vipoa starts planting the diffuser. If he can get this down, it's essentially a round win, but Morocco doesn't let him get it. And that's 2 rounds in a row, 2 strung together for Above the Law. And now we have 1 left before these teams switch. Before Above the Law, before Above the Law tries their hand at attack.
Well, first they'll try their hand at CCTV lockers once again. It's our 3rd time just on this map. I believe it's 0-7 right now. It could be 0-8, could be 0-12 by the time this map's done. We'll see though, because right now Above the Law is on a little bit of a kick. Morocco up to 7 kills, Doug 7 as well, with the rest of the gang all starting to feel a little bit better and better, getting a good idea of what the HK Rebels like to do. And with that information, they could try to leverage it into a nice CCTV win, something that today we just haven't seen. So I'd love to find out if they can get that done. The operators they're bringing out could be viable to do so. We do have that Thorn coming again from Jolt. We saw the triple kill come out from that operator just last round. Those traps can be deadly, no doubting that. And Spy back on the pulse to give information. We saw the pulse last alive last time we saw CCTV, but it was actually Burnt Turkey who got the best of him. And that gave HK Rebels their 3rd round win.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I really want to see if this site's going to work out as well as HK Rebels. I hope it will, or if it's going to work out as well as Above the Law hope it will. Which, at this point, I don't know what's going to happen, man. I have a hunch, but at the same time, like, Above the Law have got to heat up at some point, right? Like, they're not going to lose this site 3 times. Like, you can't tell me they are. Top floor clear coming out from Rebels. You just want to isolate any defenders that may be off the site and then kill them off 1 by 1 before crushing the site with the man advantage if they're able to get it. Doesn't look like there's too much in the way of a roam presence though coming out from Above the Law, with the exception of Morocco and maybe 1 other. So a lot of the top floor is going to go to Rebels pretty freely, but they do have to leverage that once they're able to get control of it.
Pretty slow beginning here. Minute passed and not too much is happening, but we do have that top floor clear starting to go down. Well, time, it can be an issue, but we mentioned, and specifically you mentioned, just how well HK Rebels have managed their time, and they really have done a good job so far. Morocco's going to be standing just on that hatch, drops through, lets a shot loose, doesn't quite find anything, but doing a good job of staying out of reach from HK Rebels. You never know what they're going to pull. Are they just going to rush through a hatch? Or are they going to take a nice, slow, long, birdie round? You do have some presence on those blue stairs as well, but Doug is aggressing towards it. A nade prepared, but not sure if it'll find anything. Doug doubles back, looks through a hatch. Just over a minute to go before the round's over, and we still haven't seen a drop of blood.
No gunfights have really taken place. There have been pre-fires one way and the other, but no one has... Well, no one's shed blood yet, as Slay has stated. Flying cam is being established by Rai. First blood exchange. It's Badger catching a grenade from Doug. You know, this wall in CCTV needs to be opened. This needs to be opened for the plant to take place. And Spy is going to look to give information on this plant happening, so his teammates know when to C4. Looks like you have a flying from Rebels coming down those main stairs. That could be the pinch at the back that's needed. Doug gets a headshot onto Morocco, so man advantage going even further in favor of Rebels. Doug with a triple kill on the round, gets an aggressive pick onto the C4. And now the plan's going to go down from Turkey here if it all works out, but Millis drops a hatch and he gets the distraction they need. Now Joel has to aggress onto the site and kill the diffuser, but he has two bodies to take down, one of which lights him up to only a bullet or two's worth of HP. He's gonna go up the marble stairs. He's gonna flank down to kill these last 2 players as they're both above the hatch. But they're not going to aggress onto him too heavily. In fact, Vipoa just holds an ankle, and that's all we need. 0-8 now, I think.
Wait, yeah, 0-8. Okay, 5 in the last map. Now 3 here. 0-8 CCTV on the day. You're absolutely kidding me. I can't believe it. Oh, but look at this. We're headed in. The sides are switching. HK Rebels going to be jumping onto the defensive side. It looks like they hope to start on CEO. Now, this site we've seen twice so far on this map. Once won by the defense, once by the attack. Let's find out how it's going to happen here. The Rebels on their defenses have been pretty solid. Overall, I mean, they took Mystic down within 2 maps in their best of 3. So it's not a team that likes to waste a lot of time. And with Doug leading this charge, it's easy to see just how quick they can get out of hand.
Guys, really dug the grave that Above the Law are currently sitting at 12 or 10 and 5, excuse me, having a KD of 2 and almost 2 KPR thus far, which is insanely impressive, especially with most of those kills being fairly impactful, with the exception of 2 rounds, most of which weren't on CCTV. And if we can continue that on the defense with someone like Vipoa or Millis contributing just that little bit more than they are, then that could spell disaster for Above the Law. But they do have Morocco stepping up as their own kind of watered down version of Doug thus far. So potentially, could see an Above the Law comeback here. This could just be one of the weird instances where this map doesn't go the way we expect it to. But regardless, you know, it's not a great situation for Above the Law.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do here. Obviously, can be a difficult site to break into, especially with this defense holding such iron-tight angles. Burt Turkey gets nailed, though. Morocco slips on down and just keeps going. What a great opening pick onto that castle. Barely had a chance to even think about what he was seeing before the shot came through. Spy as well playing on the Lion will be darting around, hoping to find some different angles on these windows eventually, but right now just causing pressure. Rai is below, over in Archives, trying to be a menace of a roam. Right now, Above the Law have that man advantage. We'll see how long that'll stand, though, if HK Rebels decide to answer back.
Rai down below on the roam. He's getting drawn out and looks like he's getting pre-fired as well, so he's going to want to run away as fast as he can, potentially get back onto the site, or even just roam a little harder to get into an awkward spot. The Poe are showing some aggression over towards those banana stairs, or the spiral stairs, the red stairs, whatever you want to call them, really. With Morocco sitting at the bottom, carrying the diffuser, interestingly enough. Morocco gets another pick onto Millis, playing that smoke. And then a third onto Vipoa on a heater this round, matching the scoreline of Doug. And now Rai is going to walk up the stairs, but he's going to get picked off. It's all left up to Doug. He has to get an ace clutch to win this.
Oh my goodness, the size of truly switch. Doug does find 1 kill, but Sheba now puts the plant down, and that just about puts the final little nail in this coffin. Doug has to push in, bullets ripping through wall and body, as he's now on a single sliver of HP. The shot lands, and Morocco picks up, I believe, a quad kill. What a showing from Above the Law. Not going to roll over and die, not at all, and even in map 1. Starting to feel that heat rise. It's going to be a great series if we've gotten games like this all the way through.
Certainly looks like that is the case here, at least thus far. Going back to CEO for HK Rebels, a few picks going the way of Above the Law that they think they can prevent. A few strategic pieces they want to move around a little bit. Currently one of those strategic pieces is in fact a Capcan. Not a bad operator by any means, but it can be a little bit misused if the utility doesn't end up working out all that well. But this is back, and back is a fairly solid map for Capcan if you know what you're doing. And Decayed as well, gonna keep some walls a little bit closed, and hopefully Burnt Turkey isn't gonna walk out in the middle of Trump and just kind of get shot in the face without any potential refrag. Also kill Morocco, that helps.
Yeah, kill Morocco. Good grief. It's kind of fun when these two teams each have a, just a real big heavy hitter. Doug and Morocco, both of them slugging it out round after round, and you can just respect both of them a lot with how much work they've been putting in just on map number 1 of this best of 3. But the rest of the gang, the ensemble cast, all looking good from both sides. Right now, Millies and Vapoa at 5 kills, 3 from Rai and 2 from Burnt Turkey. Compare that to the other side, Jolt at 5, 3, 3, 2. So very similar in how everything has gone so far. HK Rebels still have a single round advantage. That could all be stripped away with Above the Law's attacks if it continues to have such aggression and such success at the head of Morocco.
He's gonna head into a position we've seen him in previously, one that he does appear to like to play, just sitting inside of this lobby area. Vapoa is going to be using some of his utility actually on that kind of Trump area, so those windows are no longer as exposed as they were, which gives a little bit of leeway if someone wants to play inside of it. Cam being shot by Jolt, or from Jolt, so he's going to have a little bit less information, a little bit less utility, and Morocco's going to look to see if he can roam and clear anyone that may potentially be lurking inside of that elevator hallway, or potentially just nade out someone in an elevator.
Just a minute and 45 left in the round, so we're slowly ticking through, and again, not much aggression from either side as of yet. A lot of slow taking of space, just trying to plant yourself in good spots as Badger begins to use those X-Kairos pellets to just poke holes in walls where he can. Rai still swinging around that front desk, looking towards that spiral staircase as somebody comes up it, but it's just a clone. We were all mistaken, but Morocco not far behind with a nade tossed up, doesn't strike, and continues to push up the stairs. It's a dangerous territory, but doesn't find the head of Rai instead. It'll go the other way. Vapoa doubles up onto Jolt. Now the 5v2 as Shiba takes down his good friend Badger. Rai is on the ground, but a 5v1 is not a situation to be in, and it'll be Millies finishing things off. What a chaotic end of the round.
5-3 in favor of HK Rebels, getting the adaptations that they need, and that is, well, it is one of the blessings of this team, is they operate a little bit more adjacent to a pug stack than an actual team sometimes, in the sense that they don't really have much in the way of written down strategies, so if one doesn't work, man, we don't care. Speaking of not working,
It's
CCTV in lockers. No
The
one's
day
been
of
able to-
reckoning.
Defuse bombs.
Yeah, in terms of the site, no one's been able to lock her out thus far, so a little bit worried, but if there is a team tonight that I have faith to rectify that, it is HK Rebels.
This is the 4th team that we've seen tonight try to go down to CCTV. 3 teams before have not been able to hold the defense down, right? That's not just one team who really sucks at defense not being able to hold. That's 3 teams, including the winning team of last map, wasn't able to get a defensive round on CCTV. If this continues, if the trend goes on, it's cursed. It's absolutely cursed. It's a Halloween curse, and there's something devilish down in the CCTV site. I'm really interested because Above the Law, I mean, after what we saw them do on round number 7, I believe that they could just crush through this site. But like you said, if there's any team that could get it done, HK Rebels is just about the best bet that we have.
Let's hope it's the case for the sake of the stats. Well, curses are powerful and fickle things, but Burnt Turkey might be immune to it, as he's removed all of the vowels from his name. Millas gets the opening pick onto Shiba, so that's just slide off the board, as well as Shiba, who may not have many kills, but those kills have come at moments of impact. Rai, though, also killed off by Morocco, still the world killer that we know him to be, getting the pick that his team needs to even up the man count that little bit, but it's pretty worse for wear. Even a bullet from the Roni will kill him up to this point, even though it is typically a pea shooter.
Yeah, he's not going to be in a great situation for the coming push. Right now, just a minute has passed, so a lot of time to worry about and try to root out any other defenders. Burnt Turkey over here in open area takes a couple pot shots at a drone. Could be heard of, as we do have Morocco creeping down the stairs. The harbinger of death right now, as this man has been off the charts with the amount of kills have gotten, but Gonna have to back off. Again, the HP game not looking great for Morocco. Still the 4v4 though, and as time ticks closer and closer to about 1:20, you start to feel the pressure rising. Millies lets loose a shot, takes just an arm off of Jolt, but he'll get the head. Millie's dead, 1:15 to go.
Still arguably an advantage as well. Time working down, and as stated a couple times before, Morocco is basically dead up to this point. You show him a screening of most recent DC movies and pass right out, dead even. So, I'm gonna have to keep him on the back lines a little bit, which is a little bit sad because he is the only player on your team that's been getting consistent kills, but it's what they're gonna have to work with. 45 seconds left. Doug sitting on the marble stairs. He's gonna pull off here. He would rather preserve his life than try to preserve any sort of presence on the main stairs. Probably a good call. Flashes ring out into the red hall. Potential drop into elevator. Spy almost killed off as well. 25 seconds left here. That's all that lies between us and seeing if this is lifted. But Jolt! Only 15 seconds left now. Vipoa gets one, or nope, never mind, I lied. Doug and Vipoa, they're all that lie between us and the end of a curse, potentially. Pick on the Spy, though the diffuser is inside of locker, so it is plantable right now, but it's taken down and the curse is lifted!
It's over! The CCTV curse is broken by HK Rebels. Forget semifinals, forget finals. Give them some kind of prize for that. Oh my goodness. Is that 1 in 9? I don't know, but it looks like we are going to have a quick pause after that. Unfortunately, Shiba disconnected, a server error, according to Jolt, but well, looking at the score here, I've been a little too distracted with CCTV. Looking at the score, HK Rebels, they've pushed it to match point. It's a 6-3 scoreline. Things look not great for above the law. They're really going to have to turn something up here and just fight 3 rounds to get to overtime, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen at this point.
Man, what a round. I'm happy now. The curse has been lifted. I'm glad we didn't have to do all like the hocus pocus they have to do in the hocus pocus movies, because that's like some wild curse lifting things that also typically involves Billy, who is reluctant to have his head removed. We are going to have a rehost happening here, which should hopefully be fairly quick, but it is a rehost in Rainbow Six Siege. In any esport, really, those can take a decent bit of time, so hopefully we can just talk to you for about 30, 40 seconds, maybe even a minute, and just have things up. Or we'll send it to a break. One of the two.
Either or.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Xenon Gaming Series. I'm Slayzilla, joined with Alio, and we are witnessing map 1 of this final best of 3 before the grand finals tomorrow. So this is the semifinal between HK Rebels and Above the Law. Right now, we are on bank. It's 6-3, and apologies for that horrendously long break. Ubisoft decided to use Ubisoft things. Happens.
Arguably more importantly, though, the curse has been lifted. We've finally seen CCTV be won by the defense, going in the favor of HK Rebels. And now, with that being done, with having conquered the final boss of tonight's games, they can go on their merry way with the power on their side to do so. They're gonna go to open area here. Not going to either CCTV or CEO, as I believe both of those are locked off for a little bit. But they will start to unlock as the next few rounds progress, and they do have those rounds to spare since they are on match point now.
Yeah, it's a big position to be in, and Above the Law is going to be feeling the heat, no doubt about that. And you know what, the time off from this little rehost might have given them opportunity to really talk about what they need to do and how they're going to win 3 rounds in a row on this attack. Something that, you know, is doable, and they can get it done, but HK Rebels, they've looked really good. The entire map, they have looked really, really good. And Above the Law, well, they've jumped in at some points. Jolt is gonna get dropped, but not before Sheba, Morocco, and Badger all take down players. Doug and Rai bring it back. It's a 2v2 as Rai doubles up. What the freak is going on? Doug finishes the round. It was 30 seconds.
How do you lose that?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. I'm gonna be honest, man. I kind of lost track after like everyone ran in and then died, and then other people died, and that rehost was longer than the actual round
It was like
itself.
10 times longer.
That round was like 30 seconds, I think, maybe 40, but it was like 30, and Doug somehow walks in and just kills both people, but we end up in a 2v2 off of a 5v3 from above the law. Very, very strange. Very strange indeed.
I can't. I gotta take some time to process what just happened. And while we're taking that time, might as well get set up for map number 2. So next we are going to be going to Clubhouse. Now listen up, a little bit of a tidbit here for you guys. Clubhouse is above the law's best map. Don't ask me where that information is sourcing from, ask Battery, but it must be true because we're going there and I'm excited. The stats are coming from OPL, so they are very true. It's in the books. Either way about it, we're going to kick it immediately to another break as we get map number 2 ready. So don't go anywhere. Clubhouse comes back when we do.
Welcome back. Just had a little bit of a break there between the breaks. Had a rehost that took a little while for the rounds to take about 10 seconds. Above the Law jumped all in kind of one window and one door and then died. So last map 7-3 bank going in favor of HK Rebels. And now we head over to Clubhouse, which I believe was picked by Above the Law. So hopefully a little bit more from them, but regardless, we do have at least one map to play, potentially two.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. The stats from OPL state that this is their best map, and I am excited to see if it'll hold up in the court of law here, because HK Rebels have been laying it down. There's no doubt about that. Taking a big victory, a 7-3 victory on map 1 of Bank, and heading into Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse, while it is Above the Law's best map, it's a map that everybody really does know very, very well. So I wonder if that's going to come into play, if it's going to kind of even things out just a little bit. Either way, Hibana is the first ban, as that'll be HK Rebels starting on the defense as well.
I would like to point out that HK Rebels starting the defense is a bit of a deceptive superpower, right? Because obviously it's the defense, but they've proven that they have a command over defense. None of us mere mortals will possess, winning the undefendable CCTV and lockers last map. And with that, they choose to ban Hibana, then Above the Law, knock out that Nook, and then they knock out the Mira as well. A very common ban on this map, so nothing really too surprising there. So, we're going to get into this rather soon, just after this last ban from Rebels, which course, is going to turn out to be that Valkyrie.
All right, pretty good bans here. I like what we're seeing. Mir and Valkyrie make sense. Nook as well. Hibana, the Hatch Queen. Oh my goodness, with those X-Kairos being changed so long ago to where you can really configure it. If you want 2 X-Kairos shooting out, you got 2. And of course, you need only 4 to pop a single hatch. Good thing that's an option as well. Hatch Queen, not going to be part of this round though, this map at all. And HK Rebels start on the defense, and they'll be taking us down to the basement. As we know, they are the very kings of basements. They're starting in church, and they're going to do all they can. Above the Law, I'm excited to find out just what it means to have Clubhouse as your best map and how much better it's going to be than HK Rebels, because we know that both of these teams are very, very good. They've both made their way to the semifinals, so it's always fun to see the quirks and the differences between 2 top level teams.
Now, I want to know, right? Are we going to get like a normal Clubhouse or Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Because we could honestly get either one here. Especially given the normal strategic nature of HK Rebels. It actually looks like they're going for something adjacent to sort of an SSG or own, but of course with their own spin on it, because Burnt Turkey is on this team, and he likes to do that kind of stuff. They didn't reinforce dirt, though, so that it is a potential area of entry, an area of attack if Above the Law choose to use it. But with the amount of spread they have across this map, it will be difficult to get a proper rum core going if that is the route that Above the Law choose to go.
So last time we saw HK Rebels on this map, it was against Mystic. Now, they took the map, but not easily. It was an 8-6, so they had to go to overtime. Rai is actually swinging through CCTV here. There's a massive hole in that wall. It could have a couple of players starting to creep towards it, but this is a very extended roam, right, for defending downstairs into the basement, and that's hoping to waste a lot of time against the attack. Morocco, the standout performer from last map with Above the Law, takes quite a bit of damage, down to around 50. Gonna have to be careful about how you utilize yourself for the rest of the play. Still just under 2 minutes. Rai sneaking around, hiding like the vigil he is. And you can start to see HK Rebels pull back more and more into their defensive slots.
Morocco using his infinite drone utility to draw out a bunch of the top floor, but not Rai as it were. Drops to go prone by a desk inside of logistics, and if he's able to leverage this position, if he's able to get a last-minute flank, then this could really be deadly. Shiba is, at least up to this point, none the wiser of his position as the visual creeps ever closer. The Jaws music is amplifying, and it certainly does for Spy. And Vapoa as well as Shiba takes him out. Rairai's positioned himself on the main stairs. If people walk by in an unsuspecting fashion, then they're as good as dead. Doug is sitting inside of the kitchen. Milla is sitting inside of his grave. And then Doug gets his kill, and then he gets back down to the basement. It looks like Rairai is going to join him as well. In his last 45 seconds, they're not going to be playing with Morocco. It's going to be left up to Jolt and Badger to close out this round.
And this roam has been just disgusting here. You got those two players who crept on down, found a couple of kills, but it was burnt turkey to take out Morocco, the big player that we keep talking about, or I do at least. Great guy, love him. Now the 3v2, but the time is the biggest issue for Jolt and Badger. They're trying all they can to push forward. Badger does have control of Diffuser, but now has control of nothing, and it'll be Doug with a double kill to finish the round up. An excellent start to their clubhouse move, as it'll be a round 1 victory for the HK Rebels.
Was actually a quad kill coming out from Doug there. Positions himself beautifully to get all the kills that he needs. This is going to prove to be yet another defensive win rate on a basement for Rebels, so you have to be careful who I end up saying mean things about while casting in the future. Gym Bedroom coming out from Rebels. Another good sight on this map, and one that is going for a lot of horizontal stretching, a lot of horizontal extensions, which Rebels do really like to do. So this is a site that is looking very well, and they can use those frost mats to make jumping in windows or walking through certain doorways really, really uncomfortable if they're able to place them right.
Oh man, I'm excited to see what happens on this round as well. That frost could be a very welcome mat indeed, as some of these attacking players, if they jump in unknowingly, would certainly face a doom much worse than anything they could imagine. A giant bear trap, terrifying, but you do have an extension over towards CCTV. Customary, you don't want to just hold the site, you need extra control, and you've got a little bit of that happening with some of these extensions and some of these different barricades being placed up. It's going to be over here by the jacuzzi wall that one of the Kai Electro Claws is let loose, and now things are beginning. You do have those attackers start to move in closer and closer. Vapoa, it kind of darts in and out of construction and cash, doing his rounds as it were, but about 2 minutes and 30 remain as you can start to see attackers get ready to make a move.
Opening up the CC wall here, it makes playing on that window a lot more difficult and gives Jolt an opportunity to do some flying watch there if he wants to. May give Doug a potential opportunity to peek him though, or maybe almost get killed instead, whichever feels more favorable at the time. Clear into CC coming out here, Morocco inside of CC, goes drone out highway. And Shiba sits below if anyone tries to get a flank. Up red stairs or up secret. He's going to be able to introduce them to a bullet with their name on it. But it looks like most of the defense is on the site at this point, so it's going to be a little bit difficult without cracking into the actual site itself now.
Time ticking down. Doug did take a lot of damage, but is still alive. Morocco gets a little bit of a close shave there. Nothing to worry about. It's a little bit slower than what we've seen in the past. Time is ticking, and, well, above the law, they're encroaching slowly, making sure that it will be a prime execute when they need to. Shiba in cash room, looking towards construction. Doug is holding out in bedroom, looking towards construction as well. There's a lot of eyes in construction. An important place looking towards Logi is Rairai, but it's Jolt looking down. Vapoa, as the opening kill comes through, the mute doesn't survive, and now the advantage goes to above the law.
Rairai looking to get aggressive on the Logi hatch. He wants to get revenge for his comrade and get the refrag. Looks like Jolt has an idea where he is, but not an exact one, but it doesn't really matter as Rairai ends up paying for it anyways. Doug, situated inside of Master, almost gets flashed out, but he gets caught. Gonna be naded out as well as Joel gets a triple goal on Doug before Bart Turkey gets one back. Now it's all up to Turkey and Millis, although Jolt's on a quad kill right now. If he's able to get Millis, it'll be an ace, but Morocco's looking to take it from him. Jolt gets killed by Millis, and then Morocco finishes it off. Now it's 1-1. Good adaptations coming out from above the law, able to take things and be genuinely competitive with Rebels.
Yeah, that looked really, really good. Great work coming through from above the law. Made a statement there. You saw those 2 opening kills. They didn't go, they went unanswered rather for most of the round there, and that just gave such an advantage and such an opportunity to the players on above the law to take more and more ground. And when the push finally came in, it was all too much. Jolt now 4 kills to his name, looking great up there with Doug. We'll have to see if Jolt is the new player to watch, if Morocco takes more of a back seat here, because Doug is certainly still looking pretty heated up after that first round he played, getting the quad kill. Heading into round number 3, it's an attempt at Gym Bedroom once again. HK Rebels believe they have the key. They know what they need to do. And we'll find out if they actually do.
I like how whenever they lose a site, they go back there immediately, the adaptations to Capcom. Like, what if they didn't have shins, man?
5
Which
seconds left.
is someone who certain people will say is a Capcan magnet.
Attackers are moving out
I
to
do
locate a
like
bomb
this
and defuse
adaptation. It makes a lot of doorways significantly more awkward than most attackers would like them to be. To actually challenge them, and it always keeps you on your toes. You have to check absolutely every angle for a Capcan trap, and while someone's checking that angle, it's a good opportunity to catch them while their crosshair placement is a little bit off. CC wall being opened yet again, as well as one of the garage walls. Rai is situated inside of rafters, and it's Millis getting 2 picks onto Jolt, and Badger drops the diffuser down and kills the hero from the last round. He gets aggressive on the breach right afterwards as well, before he gets picked off by Spy.
Good refrag, shutting down Millie. Certainly someone you gotta look out for. Spy doesn't stop there, though. Doug is ready to fight back and picks up a double kill of his own. Everyone's just picking up 2 these days, but it leaves Spy alone in the 1v3. Not going to be an easy path here. It'll be an ace clutch up if he wants to win now. He certainly does. It was all within about a minute, about a minute that we saw so many players die. And as he swings down towards the floor, it'll be shot dead. Another good kill coming through, and another round victory to HK Rebels.
This is going to allow Rebels to go back to Church and Arsenal, which we've established previously. They like this site and they know how to defend it quite well. So why not go back? Why not give it another spin? Why not try to extend that round advantage as much as you can? Clubhouse, I'd say, isn't a map that leans too much towards one side or the other, so at this point, it's just getting as many rounds as you can on whatever side you currently exist on. So on the next side, you can give yourself that wiggle room, give yourself that cushion in case something bad does happen.
I always do like watching maps that are a little bit more neutrally aligned. It can make it more fun, right? It's not always like, oh, the defense gonna get 4-2 instead. Who knows what's gonna happen here? HK Rebels, they're gonna try their best to get their highest score, and just the same above the law, well, they could do a lot of damage on their attacks as well. As we saw Jolt picking up 4, looking great. Now Doug has eclipsed that, and as well as Millie's picking up 2 that last round. A lot of these players heating up for HK Rebels, but above the law, this is their best map. And we'll either find out why on the attack or the defense, and, well, heading into round number 4, a great opportunity to show us their attacks.
Similar roam that we saw the first round coming out from Rebels. Milla's getting aggressive onto Garage. Almost gets a pick on the Morocco, but not quite. Looks like he's going to fall off here. Would rather save his life than try to aggress more. Probably a good call, but to have Lumai alive and kicking onside, potentially impact tricking as well, then it is to go for that little bit more aggressive. And besides, that's why you have Rai up on that second floor as the Vigil. It's what Vigil does so well.
Oh, just about a minute flowing away. Vigil is doing his job, getting up there, being sneaky all the way upstairs. Like to see that roam. And it did work well on round number 1, where we saw something similar. It'll be Millie's finding the kill onto Jolt first, though. The Jackal now dead to that Wamai we were talking about. Spy might have a similar fate, finding himself on the ground, bleeding out. Look at the the snail trail he's leaving behind him. Not a good position for above the law. Shapai may be savable, though. Millie's has found himself back into the heat of action. Rai starts to move closer to those stairs, but it's going to be Spy rescued, picked on back up, given a nice pat. He's back in the action.
Get a Capri Sun, get some meal, get back in the action. This is what Badger's going to be telling his teammates. Shibas currently sits on these main stairs, but the firing is going to give away his position.
Oh.
Gonna get the pick onto Rai though before Doug gets one onto Morocco, before he wants to get one onto Shiba, but he's going to fall back into Strip. Doesn't want to get picked off here before Vipoa gets 2, leaving just Shiba all alone on the main stairs. He's gonna mow his way on down before getting in a gunfight with Turkey that doesn't go his way. Now it's Rebels going up 3-1. Well, they have to do a complete site rotation here as Jim is locked off.
3 rounds to them. They will be doing that rotation all the way over to CCTV. Now this, interestingly enough, kind of is a site that has had a lot of change in favor. Used to be kind of stuck in that primary or secondary slot. Now has moved more towards the tertiary spot. And it's due to a lot of teams being able to attack this very efficiently. I mean, you open that wall up, you've got such a great angle on into sight. You can egress into rafters, you can come from construction, and it can get really sticky and a little bit constrictive quickly when you're defending this. So it's kind of interesting how it's all flowed. But this is an opportunity for Above the Law to get back on the board here, find another round win. They did find that one on round number 2, but here would be another chance to get the ball rolling in their favor again.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting that we're seeing a Raptor hill without any sort of burn coming out from Rebels, so Mill's gonna have a little bit of a hard time there. Any frag grenade is going to be able to just send its way up into his general vicinity and kill him. I do like the dock pick from Doug, though. He has that bailiff now, so it's able to do a lot of site construction, which alleviates some of that ability from, or responsibility. Unless he's killed off immediately while trying to get an aggressive peek into stock. It's not how you want to lose first.
Man said, bailiff? Psh, I don't need no bailiff. I got the P90 ready to go. Absolutely shut down by Jolt. And a really good start to the round for Above the Law. It's what they want, right? You don't have to worry about any kind of denial, as you were mentioning in Rafters. That's going to make that side of the push, if they opt to go there, much, much easier. Now they are starting to just kind of wait for our dear friend Thatcher to get up, chuck an EMP, so all the hard breaching can begin. But HK Rebels, they could be in trouble without their kind of flagship gunner with Doug dead.
Walls can be opened up, or Maverick Trick, or Bandit Trick, not Maverick Trick.
Oh.
Unsuccessful, but Mills' peak is successful, takes out the hard breach. Morocco starts droning the site with his Gemini clone before it gets picked off. The Poe is ready for any sort of presence on this highway window towards CC. Millis holds an angle on the diffuser. He seems to know that it's down, so he just wants to watch it.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Watch and wait. If someone tries to pick it up, he could kill them, but she was able to pick it up successfully.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Jolt's on the roof now, wanted to rotate around, just get in a better position to help his teammates, because this round isn't lost yet, but they do have to start acting soon.
Yeah, still a minute and 10 to go. Oh, Badger dead. It seems to have slowed down a little bit, but they do have that massive wall open. What they don't have is a lot of control elsewhere. Raptors is still being held by Millies. They do have some more openings with just a couple charges there, hoping to get that popped open. The Selma doing a good job. Rai has rotated down to the lounge, though, looking towards the garage, and could be an issue if they're unaware. And unaware happens when time starts to run down, which it is now. 40 seconds left before the round closes.
Pick from Sheba on to Turkey, C4 off the board, but Millis does get another on the Spy in retaliation, and then onto the Sophia of Sheba before Jolt gets one of his own onto Vipa. And then Jolt on to Millis again, the clutch god, the king of getting these picks his team needs. It's all left up to Rai. He's gonna send out a C4, but it doesn't end up netting anything, and then he's just gonna get killed by Jolt, putting himself in these beautiful positions to help his team.
Good work from Above the Law. They got that opening pick off of Doug, and it really seemed to hurt the Rebels. I mean, they fought, right? Put it up to I believe that 2v1 in favor of Above the Law, but unable to close the book without their big gunner. Above the Law looking great after that round. And now as we head to round number 6, it's back to Jim Bedroom. It's a 50-50 split as to which side has won it in the past, but in the future, in the present here, it's all up in the air. It's all a question of who can hold this down. Again, Above the Law, they feel comfortable on this map. This is their #1 rated map. HK Rebels might be in a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a problem, right? If they can't find this round win and Above the Law takes the defense and starts going crazy, there could be issues there. Doug back on the Oryx. You have Rai still playing the Frost, and things are setting up for the final defense before overtime of the HK Rebels.
10 seconds to go.
Not actually before overtime, just before things transition, so Rebels will be attacking and Above the Law will be defending. Just want to give a little bit of a clarification there, but mistakes do happen. Words are very, very difficult. I don't think we've seen the Oryx before for this site, so it is an adaptation I like. It allows Doug to have a lot of room to move around as he can create space that didn't exist before, and as well as occupy space that a roamer wouldn't normally be able to occupy by jumping up a hatch. Rai is sitting over towards CCTV and Cash. As the wall's open, the pressure's gonna mount on him until Doug is dead.
What a shot from Jolt. Man's crazy, right? When they talk about this being the map for Above the Law, it's more of the map for Jolt. Almost to 10 kills now, only 6 rounds in. He's been on a very much heated path. And with Doug dead again, doesn't feel good for HK Rebels. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail now. You can see more and more control being given up to Above the Law. Morocco pushes out the window towards that construction side. The Poa holds an angle coming from Cash. And things are quiet for just a moment here, but they won't be as we see a nice Thatcher go off. That's going to allow more openings. There's a little bit of damage onto Vapoa as well as he just manages to escape.
Morocco is sitting outside of the gym window. If he's able to get a cheeky angle on just one inside of either gym or master, it'll give his team a little bit more of an advantage they're going to be able to leverage. Milla's going to rotate up the main stairs. He needs to be situated on the site by this point, as HK Rebels are down a man. Down a Doug, who's been throughout the series so influential, but sitting out this round. Morocco is still situated outside of Gym. Turkey gets one onto Sheba with the TCSG. Almost gets picked off, but he does manage to get out of Doug. Jump just jumps in! And along with Spy, everyone is dead. It's all left up to Millis. Sitting at the top of main stairs, he has to hold out for 50 seconds, but no! Jolt, you can't peek the man. The man peeks you and he kills you.
Killed him dead. Above the Law take a 3-3 half. Both teams really locked in this vicious battle. It's been a great map so far. Now, if we compare it to what happened last round, it was a 5-2 that HK started off before they switched on to their defense, and they shut it down in the defense here. So for HK Rebels to struggle on their defensive half just a little bit gives a perfect opportunity for Above the Law to take that time and run it all the way back here. If their defense is just on par, they could shut it out quickly. And I talked a lot about Doug, but we can't forget about Millie's right up there with 7 kills as well. These two, though, are they going to be enough? Because Rai struggling, Vapoa not too hot, Burnt Turkey holding his own. But is it going to be enough against Above the Law at their finest map?
It might not be. I don't know at this point. I would like to highlight Doug, not for a good reason that last round, but he just kind of like peeked a breach as it was opening. Because the thing about stuff like that is generally
Must locate and defuse the
Joel
bomb.
didn't have to worry about like many angles there. Like he knew that the garage window from behind the CC rack top red and the cash door were the most likely locations it was going to get peeked from. So he just watched those, and lo and behold, there's a guy sitting by the cash door, and Joel's already expecting that gunfight. He knows that if someone's going to peek, that's probably where it's going to come from. So he just has to pull the trigger by that point. His crosshair's already on his head, whereas Doug has to do so much searching to find that gunfight. But regardless, several seconds into this current round here, and some aggression's already being shown by Above the Law.
Spy backs down to the blue stairs, now passed into blue. It's going to be the Jaeger. It's a common spot for Jaeger to hold. He does a great job with the ADSs. Bird Turkey, as well as his good friend of Millie's, upstairs, racking up some points, smashing floors. If you got points for that, it'd be fun. But they'll continue to just try to clear out any potential roamers. Doing a swift job of it, Doug and Vapoa on that first floor, clearing out by Bar. Now the two groups begin to meet and say, all right, we're looking pretty dang clear. We've got a lot of players downstairs. They're going to be ready, waiting for us, and we've only got half the round to figure this bad boy out. Morocco is playing on to that lovely little Mozzie. We saw a couple of drones being caught by him. He already used his C4, so there's no more C4 on the board. Jolt has 2 impacts for potential tricking. That's all the utility Above the Law really has left in throwables.
Minute and 15 seconds left here. Church Wall is being opened up by Rebels, but it's being potentially impact tricked and resealed by a combination of Jolt and Sheba. No one's died yet going into this last minute, which doesn't bode well for Rebels. They have more people to clear through, but Morocco almost does bite the dust at the hands of Millas, but ends up dodging it. 45 seconds left, and things are probably going to start happening pretty soon.
Big jump in. Rai puts some rounds down range. Spy's going to be low at HP, but Rai's not too healthy himself. Badger as well begins to join and hold an angle himself. Jolt just picking it up there, but Burnt Turkey finds what was left of Spy, puts it in the ground, and now a player just so close. It's Jolt ringing out. Sheba falls to Burnt Turkey, but this time it's another kill. Jolt onto the double kill as Rai falls. A 3v3 quickly down to the 3v2. Vapoa onto Jolt, but Burnt Turkey finished off by Morocco. Fight going down from Vapoa. It's a 3v2, or excuse 2v1, as it's all Morocco left alone, shot dead by Millies. As it happened all so quickly. Great end to the round, as it's another victory for HK Rebels.
A lot of very quick things happening in the end. The 5v5 ultimately turns into a 2v0, favoring the side of Rebels. There's good stuff from them, able to keep everyone alive, so even though all their opponents were alive as well, they still had the men to throw around, and then Millas just had the quality cover once the plant was actually going down. Church and Arsenal is going to be attempted yet again by Above the Law, hopefully this time with some adaptations for how Rebels like to take this side. But they've only seen it once, so not tons and tons of information to go off of. But it is a good start to this half if you're a Rebels fan.
Yeah, Rebels, they're not looking to slow down too much. And now Millies has taken that top fragging position. Doug has been a little bit slow. He's been stuck at 7 kills for a couple rounds now. Has been, what was the last, I believe for the last 2 rounds of the attack that they were, or the defense they were on, he was the opening kill. And that kind of slowed him down a bit here. So looking towards Doug to see what he can get going. Millies and Burnt Turkey both stepping things up, looking powerful. Jolt at 13-5 though is terrifying. At the operators though, what are they bringing? Above the Law has the same composition that they took in the last round. We'll see what they do differently though, and if they can stop HK Rebels from pushing in and finding a similar victory. They don't want to allow Rebels to get too far away in the score count.
Certainly is the opposite of what you want, especially since this is, well, your map pick if you're Above the Law. And thusly, typically want to win those. You don't want to get knocked out here because you're not out of the league yet. You still do have a chance to fight Homeland for 3rd place. But you don't want 3rd place, do you? You want to win it all. You want the vast majority of that prize pool. Spy falls off of Secret. Sheba watching for drones at the bottom of main stairs. Information gathering started for Rebels. They're starting to kind of poke and prod at the site, figure out where their weak points are, see if they can get a cheeky pick or knock off a piece of utility or two, so they can figure out where they want to strike.
Yeah, just about 1 minute and 15 seconds have drained away, and again, quite slow. Not a lot of action here. HK Rebels taking their time, and they do really good jobs of switching up strategies here. Nade is going to be eaten up by one of the ADSs as Doug looks towards blue. That hatch going to be dangerous to drop down as of right now, but they're hoping to clear things up a little bit more. Definitely taking their time here, and I always get a little bit nervous. It's going to come down to another heated firefight with all 10 players still alive as we approach 1 minute left to go.
Vertical play being done by Mills. He almost gets a pick onto, I believe it was Jolt, but it doesn't end up going his way. Some impact tricking being done on that church wall. Jolt really doesn't want it open. Morocco almost loses his life to the vert play. But doesn't come to be as the one tap, the fadeaway onto Vipoa. It's the bottom main player down. That's the diffuser's surrender. Doug has to pick that up if he can, but the wall isn't open, and HK Rebels only have 40 seconds left to make this work.
Oh man, that was a nasty shot. Just disgusting for Morocco. And the time dripping away as well as some of the utility being thrown out. Doug is into the site. The plant being attempted now. Badger shuts down Burnt Turkey, but Spy is going to get something going. Morocco all fall. Burnt Turkey, Doug, and Millies to close the roundup. And once again, they look defeat in the eye and say, not today, my good friend. HK Rebels go up 5-3 after 2 successful attacks onto Church.
Okay, thank. They were hovering basement there for a little bit, but wouldn't have been a great idea seeing as they just lost that convincingly twice. Instead, they're going to go to bar, which might be that little bit of a boost that they need, might be the strategic shakeup they need to start getting things back, because we've seen that HK Rebels are good at attacking. They know how attack works, and even with the 3-3 half, they don't care. They don't care having to win that 1 or 2 extra rounds. I just care about winning those rounds, and that is one of the reasons they've been so good thus far.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh man, HK Rebels have just gone crazy, no doubting. 5-3, very similar to what they were looking like back on the first map. I believe they got up to a 6-3 before ending it in a 7-3 fashion, so Above the Law should be a little bit nervous here. This is their best map, but as I mentioned, it's Clubhouse, right? It's going to be everybody's, if not best map, a familiar map, a map that they're going to feel okay with, and Above the Law might be a little bit out of their depth here. No doubt about it, they've got great players, a lot of talent, but HK Rebels just unrelenting when it comes to what they do. Their executes are just great. We've seen them pull off crazy rushes. We've seen them shut down crazy rushes. Right now, HK Rebels, they look like a team that has a single vision, and that's to get to the grand finals. Above the Law, let's see if they can stop that, because no doubt they're close, but it's going to take so much to shut down this wave.
Now, the team, a bad team in this lobby, is previously mentioned. Both of them are full of phenomenal players, but it's about who is just that little bit extra when it gets this close to the grand finals. And right now, that's proving to be Rebels. Millas and Doug especially being super impactful for the team across all maps. Badger's extended way upstairs at the top of the main stairs. Morocco is going to start peeking onto highway, but no one's there to greet him. Sheba playing inside of Master on that Vigil, holding down that area, but Millas, you'd be holding onto a grenade that ends up killing, and then he's going to use his gun to get one as well. Instant man disadvantage for Above the Law.
Taking down the Vigil and the Smoke. 2 operators on different ends of the spectrum. That Smoke could be very useful in slowing things down at the end of a round. Not going to be helping that at all now. Morocco, Spy, and Jolt in a 3v4. Not a terrible position, especially with Millie's just under half HP. They can leverage that. They can fight through this. And Jolt has been nothing short of amazing. Right now, the top fragger, tied for top fragger in the lobby. But it's not going to be easy. Millie's hunting away, but it's actually the shot for Morocco to take him down. Now the 3v3. Vapoa inside of Jim is waiting and ready as well. Morocco so close, but he's going to be caught out. The shot for Vapoa lands true. Spy is now next on that list, but he'll creep down the stairs, hoping to find a different target.
Might come into contact with Doug here pretty soon. Castle inside of Wolf comes into contact with several players, but he doesn't end up killing any of them. Spy has an opportunity to kill one on the jukebox. He does. He gets burnt turkey, but Vipala does get the bomb down. He's going to rotate back up the main stairs. Doug has a hunch that he might be going towards the construction hatch, so he's just going to sit and watch for the drop. Disadvantageous gunfight for Spy if he ends up taking it, but he goes down the main stairs instead. Vipoa is watching for this, and it looks like they both know where he is from the shots ringing out. Only 20 seconds left, less than, even more like 13. He has to get on this diffuser soon, but Vipoa is watching his teammates back. If he walks through here, they'll be at a crossfire, and it doesn't even need Vipoa, as it just takes Dudge cracking double digits this round and putting his team on map and match points.
Oh, it's another 6-3. No, my goodness. We saw this on Bank. Of course, I'll knock on wood prior to saying it, but last time we had a rehost came back and the round ended in 30 seconds. But either way, this is where HK Rebels had Above the Law pinned on map number 1. To have it happening on map number 2, it's scary, especially considering this is Above the Law's map pick. 3 rounds in a row to take us to overtime, 2 extra to take us to map number 3. Above the Law have their work absolutely cut out for them, and it doesn't look very easy at all. So much needs to happen here, Ali, and with the way HK Rebels have been playing, I don't know, what can they change here to counter that?
Well, you need Jolt to come back online for one. So good on that attacking half, but he's been fairly quiet on the defensive half. Ending attack at 12 kills and is currently sitting at 13 kills halfway through the defensive half.
10 seconds remaining.
Not the showing from him that his team needs, not the showing from him that his team is going to desperately want. And he's going to be feeling that. No one else on his team has really been able to step up and replace it, but Doug and Milliz, as well as people like Turkey, have stepped up and then some this half, and even last half, to get Rebels to where they are. It's a simple problem, but not an easy one to fix.
Not easy at all. I mean, everybody on HK Rebels have kind of stepped up. Rai is still a little bit slow. Did good last map, but right now it says Millie's, Doug, Burnt Turkey. You guys can take it here, and they're taking it right on into sight. There's 2 shots coming from Above the Law that find kills. Burnt Turkey does get 1, but it's a 2v4 down to the 4v1 as Sheba finishes off Rai. Vapoa trying to get something done, takes out Sheba. But the 1v3 is not going to be easy to do. AK-12, great weapon. Black Ice looking pretty, but looks like the rush just didn't land the way they needed it to, or did it? The 1v2 now, all too doable here for Vapoa.
Able to get these last couple kills, if he's able to isolate these 1v1s, then he could absolutely do it. It's like you said, the AK-12 is such a good gun. And the 2 defenders are relatively detached from one another, but he walks straight into the crosshair of Spy. And that does end the round, so Above the Law taking at least 1 more round than they did on the previous map, but there is still a really good position round-wise that Rebels are holding on to.
Yeah, the 6-4 is still match point, and it'll be so until we get to overtime, till we get to that 13th round, the 13th hour of Clubhouse, as it were. And Above the Law are going to have to grind so much to get there. They're heading back downstairs to Church Arsenal, a site that really hasn't worked all too well for them, but this could illustrate a little bit of the hesitancy teams have to go to CCTV cache, as they're opting to go to a site that they've already lost twice. But we'll see. We'll see if they can finish it up, hold it in a way that'll work. And they do have quite a few different operators coming out this time. You do have that Castle making an appearance, the Mozzie, the Malusi, the Azami. Could see a bit more of a roam-heavy gang here, but Above the Law will have to get any kind of victory they can to push one step closer to
Bomb
overtime.
located by attackers. 10 seconds left.
Certainly is the goal here now. If I recall, tonight the only team to defend like a basement site is Rebels. So if we're going by curses, then while Above the Law not sitting in the greatest of positions. The beautiful thing about being up 6-3 like Rebels were that last round is you can try stuff like that, and if you lose, still got 2 more rounds to close it out in regulation. So they're going to play like it. They have the advantage here, absolutely. They're going to play like it. As previously mentioned, opening up a breach into Jacuzzi, and the roam clear begins.
Oh, thus begins the great roam clear. Always such an important step. Something that can go for granted a lot of times here. Shiba holding on, got that massive sidearm ready to go, but Doug circumventing a little bit, heading down dirt. Bird Turkey is dutifully fulfilling his duties here. Upstairs, hoping to get something happening. Quite a few different angles of a push. A nade gets tossed in by Millies. Nothing to be found, but some chip damage here and there onto Badger and Shiba as well, as they've been whittled at little by little. Minute and 45 to go. Still no big engagements, but it's starting to feel like that's going to happen soon. Millies pushes up and gets gunned down by Badger's SMG. The shots go the other way, though, as Rai picks up his second kill of the map.
Shiba's gonna get into an altercation, then leave Morocco, losing the gunfight to Rai. The DMR just being better. Doug is now situated inside of Kitchen, but he does have a castle barricade to contend with. There are a lot of those spread around the map with the hatches being open. Can't let those go down too early. Last minute reinforcement going out onto Church as well. And now Rebels, they have the main advantage. They just have to set up the execute properly and then potentially play trades. Maybe flank coming out from Spy, but it looks like he thinks better of it. Drawing out into Strip quickly, just wanting to make sure there's no last-minute surprise hanging around that area. Now 45 seconds left. 45 seconds could be all that separates Rebels from having their victory and being in the grand finals.
Oh, Above the Law, they feel that as well. They know they're so close to losing that run. Jolt, Spy, Shiba holding it off. HP-wise, they're all looking good. Rai not so good. So could very quickly become a 3v3 here, but we've seen how viciously HK Rebels like to execute downstairs. Jolt swinging around, looking a little bit more towards Moto, but it's Doug finding Shiba. Doug on another, and it's Mapoa to take down Jolt. The game is over. It'll be a great 7-4 victory to HK Rebels as they cement their position in the grand finals.
Really, really excellent stuff from Rebels. Taking the series 2-0, going so well on their opponent's map, and it's honestly really impressive. We're going to crown a new champion of Xenon tomorrow. It's either going to be HK Rebels or Team Mystic. Either way, that should be a great game to watch, so make sure you tune in tomorrow for that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Great work from all 4 teams who played tonight. It'll be a fun match as well to see that 3rd place, 4th place match between Above the Law and Homeland. But yeah, looking towards that grand finals, it's going to be a rematch. Last time I was on the desk, we saw it was a great matchup between HK Rebels and Mystic. It was what put HK Rebels into the playoffs and made Mystic fight. So we'll see that rematch tomorrow, but Ali, any final thoughts before we clock out for the night?
Well, nothing really other than like show a little bit of appreciation for the people behind the scenes that made this possible. Thank you to Andrew or That Battery or Fraud Drew, however you know him, for making the slides appear well, making this a little bit more entertaining, or actually a lot more entertaining than those PowerPoint presentations that I know we all did in high school. Thank you to Zach for providing the amazing observations so I can in fact see the game to cast And most importantly, thank you to Slay for casting with me for 2 straight games, for 5 straight maps. And make sure you tune in for the grand finals tomorrow, as well as I believe the third place game takes place tomorrow. So make sure, or tomorrow, not tomorrow, it's 6 o'clock. So make sure you show up for those. And until then, we'll see you guys later.